Hello and welcome to a very damp Taunton, I'm afraid. It's all sort of caught us by surprise here. You can see on the screens there, grounds staff just trying to get these covers out. They've, I would say, been caught slightly by surprise by what's happened here. It was a very, very heavy downpour. It is still raining, still fairly heavy. You can see they're covering the entire square and all the cut strips at the moment. That's where the two nets were, the area that they're covering at the moment. However, I've had a look at the forecast and this should pass through. The worst of it for sure has gone by 7 o'clock. Now we're due a 6:30 start here, but we are expecting the toss to be delayed. Of course, we'll bring you those updates as and when we can here on the live stream from Somerset County Cricket Club. Glamorgan, the visitors today, and we'll come on and talk about that a lot more throughout the evening. And hopefully we'll get a full match in, or if not, certainly a game with a result with any luck. But right now we're going to have a chat with someone who over the last week has had to go through a lot. He's been in hospital with his friend, his fellow cricketer, Mondley, who you might have heard about on social media, on radio and on various other places as well. Lloyd Irish, former Taunton Town goalkeeper and North Petherton cricketer, is with me. Lloyd, thanks very much for joining us on the live stream. Great to have you here. Let's talk a bit about Mondley first of all. So tell us, what's he like as a guy?
He's a great guy. No one within the club can understand how something like this has happened to him. He's obviously only been with us for 4 weeks, but within that time we've been on lots of nights out. He's not got a single bad bone in his body, and he's just a great lad. He's settled in fantastically. Not just with ourselves, but with the youth team he coaches. The parents love him. It's just a massive shock, really, the whole thing.
There'll be people perhaps who don't know what's happened, so we can't go into too much detail about the actual incident itself. There's a police investigation open, but just tell us what happened and how you found out the news.
So we were on a night out celebrating a win, and then the next morning no one had sort of heard from Mondley. The person who he was living with, Bill Evans, hadn't shown up, so we put the feelers out, and he was meant to be turning up for a cricket match at 1 o'clock on Sunday, for the Sunday match. He was very excited about batting, actually. That was all he was going on about, that he was going to be opening the batting, and then it got to 1 o'clock, he hadn't turned up, so we put out a club notice to say, look, if anyone has seen our overseas player, he loves his sleep, so we had thought that maybe he had got lost and had a sleep somewhere, so we weren't overly concerned. And then when we put the post out, there were people tagging an incident in Bridgewater where some 20-year-old male had been attacked, so we phoned around to try and find out where he may have been. Well, we got a description of the victim, and it matched Mondley. So then I packed up a bag, went straight to his house where he's lodging, packed the bag for him, and I didn't know what sort of condition I would find him in, so I even contemplated packing a PlayStation, I don't know why, just to keep him occupied. And yeah, it wasn't very pleasant when I arrived and seen that he had been attacked a lot worse than we'd thought. So yeah, it was well, I won't go into too much detail. I'll let the police go into what's gone on.
Tell us about his injuries. You can tell us. He's quite seriously hurt.
Yes, he had life-threatening injuries. Thankfully, he's overcome those now, in the sense that he's now stable. He's doing very well. He's breathing on his own. I mean, that shows how serious it was. The fact he was in an induced coma, is that right? He was, yes, and he'd come out of that yesterday. But he'd had 3 operations on the brain to remove blood clots and bleeding on the brain. So yeah, that just shows how bad it was. But he's so strong. The doctors and nurses just can't believe how well he's come back from it, because on Tuesday evening we seriously thought that we may lose him. And then yeah, today he's been watching a little bit of cricket. He even commented that there was a good catch, which stunned us all. And he even asked when he might play next, or he asked when the next game is. He's obviously not well enough just yet to understand what's going on, but he's asking for his family, so hopefully the visas get sorted pretty quickly.
Well, this is the tough thing, isn't it, for an overseas player like that coming up to get some experience. You see it happen, a fair bit actually. Certainly in Somerset, there's been a lot of players who've gone on to do great things, who've played at clubs around here, but they don't have family. It wasn't like you could ring his mum and ask where he was or something, or anyone that he lives with, because actually they're it's a hard world. You say he's only been here for 4 weeks, isn't it? So
that's it.
tough
And
for him.
he's from his family are from a township, and we believe his mum's not left the township before. So to get them passports and visas has been a challenge, and to ensure that they feel at home when they're here is our next challenge. We've had some unbelievable gestures of goodwill from people. We've had a phone call this afternoon from someone offering to pay for the accommodation for the family for their entire stay. Obviously the crowdfunder's gone really well. We're over £20,000 already, and it's just, I mean, I think it's affected a lot more people than you would imagine. So, but then that's the sort of person he is. It's just but when his parents arrive, we really want to make sure they realise how loved he is, and obviously the reaction from not just in England but across the whole world has shown how highly thought of he is. So.
I mean, we talked there briefly about how hard it is not having family, having friends. Clearly, he's made friends in 4 weeks, but they're not people that he's grown up with. It's not those who know him really, really well. As I'm sure you will get on really well with him. But as what I understand is that you were at his bedside, because he hasn't got anyone really other than the cricket teammates, has he? So you were at his bed. What was that like, being at his bedside?
It's been a bit of a roller coaster. Now we're through the worst, but at the start his agent has been phenomenal. His agent was at his bed, so I arrived first just because his agent was from so far. He was living in Norwich, and his agent has not left his bedside from visiting hours. He's been unbelievable, and genuinely, you can see he genuinely cares about Mondley and all of his clients. And then I've been going to work, and one of my work colleagues, a guy who works with me, has been so understanding, and as soon as I can leave, he just says, go back to hospital. So I've been there for probably 6 or 7 hours a day.
And what's that been like? Because unless you've done something like that before,
I've totally never done anything like that before.
Spending all that time in hospital, it's an odd experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never done anything like that before, and I'd never want to do it again. However, the first couple of days were horrendous, and like I say, Tuesday night we were asked to leave the hospital, unsure of how he was going to get on. We asked the doctors if he's okay, and they just said we don't know, sort of thing. And then we had confirmation that there was another blood clot, which we knew there was something seriously wrong. So that went down really well. And since then, Wednesday, Thursday, and today have been positive. Wednesday he was very stable. Thursday he came out of his coma, and then Friday today he's started having conversations, and it is also difficult. It's just he's very agitated, as the doctors say that's very common for a young lad with a brain injury. So he's saying some quite unpleasant things to me, but the doctors have reassured me that that's what happened, so don't take it personally.
It's the injury talking, not him.
That's it. The first time he said something quite nasty to me, I got a little bit upset, because I was, but they advised me that's absolutely normal, and it's just But it's still very hard at the moment, but it's much better.
What's it been like dealing with trying to get the passport sorted? Because if you say a township is completely unlike anything we know in the UK, isn't it? So how's it been dealing with firstly his family to say, look, I guess it's almost embarrassing almost to say it, isn't it, as well as you want to get that message across to show how much he's cared for and loved, but actually it's a bit, he's been here for 4 weeks and this has happened. It must just feel awful making that call. We
really do, and the situation around it as well. We just we would never leave him on his own intentionally, and circumstances around it, which I won't repeat over because it might embarrass him over now. But we left him because we felt that he would have wanted to be left at that moment, and it's just it's been difficult for everyone to get our heads around, and we are really embarrassed about it, in the sense that a young lad at 20 years old should be able to go out on his own and enjoy a night out, and not have to worry about something like this. And we're more embarrassed. We're just very embarrassed to the family, not for our cricket club, because his family will see how everyone's come around and how much he's loved by us. But we're more embarrassed that he's come over here, having lived in Johannesburg for his whole life, where he's remained safe in arguably a much unsafe environment, and he's come here for 4 weeks, and it's just embarrassing that unpleasant individuals caused this experience for him and his poor family.
As we say, we'll let the police do their investigation work into what happened, and that's only right, of course. So what is the situation now with passports? Are his family able to come sooner rather than later?
It looks as though Monday now, but he's really ready for them now. So, and he's in a position as well where we think that they'll be ready for him. Earlier in the week, it wouldn't have been nice for them. So we're actually quite grateful, we think it's a blessing they didn't have a passport, and now he's much better. We're quite unsure about how serious they think the injuries are, because they were asking us to keep it a surprise that they were coming, so we've sort of just ramped up the situation so that they are aware, but they are worried. They're really worried, but I don't quite know that they understand the situation as well as someone who sat by his bedside.
Yes, it's difficult for so many reasons, isn't it? The fundraiser you mentioned there has raised over £20,000. I saw Joss Butler tweeted a link to it. I think Kevin Peterson as well.
Dale Steyn.
Dale Steyn. I mean, wow, what are some of those names? This
is going to be fantastic for him when he comes around. He's going to realise how loved he is. I mean, obviously Tom Abel as well. There's loads of people that have raised awareness, spread the word, and put together some nice words. So it's been great. And then obviously Tom Banton this evening with this gesture as well, obviously through Trade Point, and let's hope it stays dry and they get lots of sixes for him. But it's just he's going to be so overwhelmed when he does come round and see how well he's loved and what an impact. And Cricket South Africa have donated over £5,000 towards his recovery as well. So it's fantastic, Really good. Let's talk about that Tom Banton thing that you mentioned, because we haven't really come on to it yet, certainly on the stream, which we've only just started. So if you haven't seen this, each home game here at Somerset, a different player is choosing a charity to benefit. It's £50 for all the sixes that get hit, unless they're so big they go out the ground, in which case Trade Nation add on another £100, so it's £150 for those big ones. So Tom Banton, is he the guy who's decided that he wants to help out this charity cause? I believe so, I believe that's the case, and I did just see an interview with him before I came to the ground tonight, and he basically said that was his chosen charity, so I believe so, which is a really nice gesture. We're everyone at North Petherton Cricket Club, and I'm sure his family will be extremely grateful. Yeah, could do with some big sixes then tonight. Might just make all the difference for them when they're hitting out, knowing that there's such a good cause, such a local guy who's going to benefit from this, and his family as well. For people who want to donate now, perhaps hadn't heard of this happening at all, weren't aware of the situation, how can they do that? Where's the best way to find it? I think the easiest place to find it would be to go onto any of the North Petherton social media. So we're on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. Twitter and Facebook are probably the easiest, because I don't think you can click on the link on Instagram. And then amongst that you will find the crowdfunder link there, and don't be fooled by how much we've already raised, because he's got a long journey, and £20,000, may sound a large sum of money, but if he's going to need care for, the doctors have said it could potentially be years still, not just months, even though he's doing very well. That we don't know, it's day by day, so don't be fooled by the amount already. But this could be a long road for him, and his family are going to need as much money as they can to help him out. It's an unpredictable thing, isn't it? A brain injury, just everyone's going to react differently. Each injury is going to be slightly different. So, absolutely, Lloyd, it's been so good speaking to you today. Well done personally for what you've done for Mondley, and I'm sure, even if he's maybe not saying it at the moment, I'm sure that he will mean that, and he will come to see what you and what everyone else at North Petherton Cricket Club has done, and hopefully lots of sixes hit out of the ground tonight. We need this weather to clear up a bit, but it is getting a bit brighter, if anything. Lloyd Irish, thanks very much for your time on the live stream with us tonight, talking about that awful situation, but some good that's come out of it as well. Cricket family really coming together nicely. Lloyd Irish, our guest here on the live stream, starting us off this evening. Now, it is still a little bit wet. I'm trying to look out. I can see some rain over to our left, out towards the west of Taunton, but it is drying up a little here. The cloud seems a bit brighter. The covers are still completely over the entire square and cut strip, as well as the run-ups too. So it's a bit of a sorry sight here at the moment, but we are expecting
to have some cricket as the rain is going to clear away. But right now, why don't we pick up on something which was great last season. If you kept up with this, is really, really good. It's called Behind the Wyvern. It gets us behind the scenes here at Somerset County Cricket Club, going into the dressing room, hearing about some of the antics in there, but also keeping up with some of the players too. It hasn't yet been picked up by Netflix, but it's only a matter of time, I'm sure. Let's see what Series 2, Episode 1 is like for Behind the Wyvern.
Good day, Somerset fans, and welcome to Behind the Wyvern Season 2. I've drafted in some help for this year's edition, Mr. Green and Mr. Lambie, so you don't have to put up with my boring chat for the whole time. And they are going to take you up to Canterbury for the first edition. And I think Mr. Lambie's just coming in now.
Here he comes. Always late, no matter what.
Oh, any danger?
Yeah. Didn't want to be in the video, mate. Late, as always.
Well, I'm just going to
Got
give
a couple of minutes before we go off to Kent.
Well, I was just saying that you're going to take them on the journey to Kent.
Take the reins, yeah. Definitely. Get the Behind the Wyvern Season 2 up and running. Another year, another campaign.
Let's go.
Happy days.
All right. See you there.
See you there. Key. Start of a new campaign. How are we feeling?
Can't wait.
Excited for the 6-hour bus journey to Kent?
As always, very excited. And yeah, hopefully we can take this all the way
this time
to the finals.
Yes,
and bring that cup home. Come on.
Boy. Thing, guys, today's a very special day because guess what? It's Boldman's birthday! Happy birthday, Lewis! Hi guys, so we've been on the bus now for about 10 minutes and look who's already asleep. Look who's already sleeping. Been on the bus 10 minutes, haven't we, Barry?
Just arrived at the Ashford International Hotel.
We are not carrying any of the Fizzy's bags. Watch him travel over there. See how many bags there are.
Fizz is walking down there with his 800 bags.
Right guys, it's the morning of the game. It's about 11:30. We're just chilling in Pret, aren't we, boys? It's a long old wait till the 7 o'clock kickoff, isn't it, Abes?
It is, mate. Just killing a bit of time. Having a coffee with the lads.
We're going to go and try and update Abes' wardrobe after this, aren't we? So
Doesn't need it, mate. Doesn't need it.
So good fun.
Yeah, like get Brooksy.
Sign for
Oh my goodness, it's Bukayo Saka. Everybody. Taunton's Bukayo Saka. Starting in the midfield for Arsenal, it is Tom Lammerby. Boys have just arrived at Kent. Shanky, what do you think of the changing rooms, the facilities?
Love it,
bro?
absolutely love it down here at Kent. Lovely day out there, lads.
Let's have a look at the fresh trim, bro.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at his TV haircut, that, isn't it, boys? TV haircut. How's it looking out there, JD? Just got to Canterbury. You're looking happy as ever, aren't you?
It's a bit cold out there now.
It's a bit cold?
A bit cold.
Bit cold, looks a bit...
I thought it was a summer sport.
Yeah. It's a bit drizzly. It's quite cloudy and there's a little bit of wind out there.
There's a lot of wind out here.
Okay.
Yeah, another miscue. Change in bowling from Nackington Road end. Lewis Gregory just trying to hit the pitch hard. The ball hit high up on the bat from Daniel Beldrum. It's just been difficult to get away here in the middle. Until now. What a shot that is from Riley Rousseau.
Full toss, swept away for 6 to the short side. Wasn't a good ball. Got the treatment it deserved. Smeared away leg side. It's a short boundary, but Riley Rousseau is a strong man. He's hitting the ball beautifully tonight. That is an emphatic way to finish this game. That is a comprehensive victory for Somerset, who did the double over Kent.
Everyone, game 2 today. Essex at home. We've got a packed house Sunday. The fan village is booting up. I've just been walking through it. We've just won the toss and we are bowling on what looks like a pretty good wicket. So can't wait to give you some updates. Look, I've just bumped into this man, one of the great men.
How you going,
Siddle.
man?
Have you turned up purely for football today then, or what?
Yeah, firstly football, and then secondly I thought I'd better do some actual cricket training. So
Yeah,
I had a little bit of a bowl, but yeah, mainly football.
Nice. How's it all going? You enjoying yourself?
No, loving it. It's going well. It's going to be nice to our first T20 home game, watch the boys do the business, and hopefully get over my old side Essex. So
Yeah,
fingers
exactly.
crossed for the lads.
It's actually a big crunch game for you, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. The calm before the storm. Right, wee man.
Hi.
You ready?
Ready, mate.
Yeah. You got your energy gel there?
Look at the greatest moustache in all of the southwest.
Me and Sid's just watching. 15 overs gone, 117 for 5, and
Watching rain.
the heavens have opened.
Sadly, the boys coming off.
So a pretty good start, wouldn't you?
Yeah, not a bad start at all. 5 wickets. Looking good.
All to play for.
Fingers crossed we can get back out there and
It's heavy though.
have a little crack at the bat.
So absolutely. Wow, the umbrellas are properly going up now. Rain break. Smeedy's just watching his own highlights. Fair play.
Terrific sportsman.
Swat. Spanish.
Yeah, that was terrific back to punishing.
You rate that now?
Huh?
You rate that?
Far more of a proper batter than me.
He was like NASA on comms, isn't he?
Why didn't you back drop? You should back drop for the 4. I remember hearing that and thinking, like, you know when you say shot as soon as someone hits it? And then, it was fucking And then the old panic, like,
Yeah, whenever someone says shot, it's always out.
straight down his
Use
throat.
that.
Pick your head up, cheese.
Use that, mate.
I think that's the shot you like.
It'd have been better when in a crowd. I didn't have to go. Lucky we that. What? Jesus!
Oh, adverts.
Adverts. No, you don't. Cut it off.
Rain delayed dart game.
This is straight.
Shanky's on the ball.
Straight for red arrow.
Straight in the unicorn.
Lipstick.
Oh, that's a wide ball. Maybe next time.
I'll
Come
get
on,
them then.
come on then, Carrot. What's this clown doing? What's this clown doing?
Get out, mate. Go home. It's cold outside.
What are those gears, mate? Have you seen Reddit's Ron Weasley jumper?
Right. Just look at it.
Yeah.
So Ron Weasley. Wiggle at it.
Ronley.
Got it. By the way, got it. You got none of the chicken nose, so we got tuna teeth and Ron Weasley jumper. Yeah, boy. Unbelievable. Triple 20. Come on, come on, boy. You're on triple. Triple. Come on.
Darts everywhere if you get this.
Come on, boy.
That is unbelievable.
Alright, what are you on?
I'm on
ridiculous.
Ball.
He finished.
Green stuff.
Yeah, you're on 25.
That actually.
You're on 25.
I'm on green, yeah. Green ball.
He's gone 9 to triple 20 in one go.
Right, serious effort from the boys in the rain. We restricted him to 139 for 9 in 18 overs. Had to go out and bowl 3 overs, which we bowled very well. And now we're chasing 144. That's what I've got to deal with. Gregory. Sunny now, ain't it?
Yep. Sun's out. Guns out. Sweet show.
Very much the other way. It looks like he's loaded on that quad as he's done there, and he's bolted that nearly up into the top tier. of the Pegasus stand. Those retirement flats have just got a whole lot more life. So takes no time to get going. He spotted that angle and belted Allison over. Let's face it, cow corner for 6. He's got a ball, but one thing he doesn't have is anything quick enough to trouble Will Smead as he belts it right into the very last row of the river.
Alright, the power play's just finished, 5.2 overs because of the rain, and we're currently 65 for 1. And Neil's a happy man.
Yeah, Smeedy and Riley have just gone a bit berserk the last couple of overs. It's good viewing at this stage.
Yeah, and the sun's out and the crowd are bouncing. He's smacking over Bradford's. Good vibes. How many sixes are we on?
11 sixes.
11 sixes and 10 overs. 12. He wouldn't go again, would he? Oh. One to win. Oh, it did go to him as well.
No, we shouldn't laugh.
No.
We should laugh. That'll be good.
Come on. There it is.
Another one.
This man, 4 for 9 today.
Very lucky.
Bit expensive for me, actually.
Very lucky today.
No, it wasn't lucky. It was not lucky at all.
Thank you, Ollie. Appreciate that. Kind words.
You enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it's good. It's always good to get a win.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Get a couple more. You're making me shy.
Yeah, I love shake.
No, making me shy.
This guy.
Guys, outstanding today. Really comprehensive performance. I think first half superb. For me, the last 2 or 3 overs when we went back out again, the simple things brilliantly, and then from a batting performance, outstanding. Riley, Smeedy, beautiful to watch. All right, huge momentum in this competition. We're nowhere near reaching our ceiling. That's what's exciting. So back in, very, very good. Riley, I think so. Okay.
Yeah. All right, comprehensive win in the end. Just sung Blackbird, and boys are actually just packing up because they're straight on the bus to Hampshire for tomorrow's game, Monday night game. So I'm going to hand you back to Mr. Lambie and Mr. Green, and they'll
semi-safe hands, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll look after you. All right, see you there,
lads. Very sociable bunch at breakfast this morning at the Aegeus Bowl. Look at Ferret, looking his normal self. And Lewis, what do we get up to? On my breakfast? Breakfast of Kings. Got to fuel myself up. So yeah, we've just, morning Rilla. So we've just had a long trip after the game to down to the Aegeus Bowl. We're staying on the ground, so it's convenient for us, and now we've just got to find something to do before the game starts at 7. Yay! George Bartlett, talk me through that shirt of yours there, bud. You happy with the result the other night?
Not really, I wanted Liverpool to win.
Really? But now because Real Madrid have won, that you've become a Real Madrid fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it.
Just waiting for our T20 tonight at the Aegeus Bowl, and we thought we'd come out for a quick game of golf, me and Greener. He's busy dealing with me at the moment.
Taking the money.
But no, this is what happens when we have sort of 6-7 hours to kill on a game day.
I'm sorry, we're just busy looking for Lammers' ball as always, so I don't know where he's gone.
Classic.
Shot Tiger!
Oh, lovely bounce. No?
First nice bounce of the day. I mean, I paid my fees. I should get more nice bounces, really.
It's a good shot, that. Good shot on the 13th tee. Got to be happy with it.
It's a tight fixture. 1 up.
1 up. How many to play?
This is the 13th, so 5 to play after this.
Getting the buggy up to the final green on the 18th. Give you a little look at who's got close to the pin.
Oh yeah. Lammer's terrific shot. It's a shame about the 32 over in the previous 17 holes, but don't worry about it.
Oh, it's a beauty, it's a beauty. Here we are, having a look at who's got closer on the 18th hole. Here we have Ben. A long way off. Oh, whose is that right next to the hole? What a shot, what a way to finish, eh? Beautiful day here at the Ageas.
Can he make a birdie? Oh, practice stroke. Another one. 3rd time's the charm. Oh, he's left it halfway. Oh, we're halfway there. Hi guys, I'm here with Will Smead, who
I'm not doing this.
who blasted a few out the ground the other day, didn't he? Hey. Wait, what's going on, Smeedy?
It's wet.
It is wet.
Very wet.
Currently very wet at the Ageas Bowl. I'll flip you around. The covers are well and truly on, so we're waiting for it to stop raining. And hopefully we'll get a bit of a game in, won't we, Smeedy?
Hope so.
Hey?
5 over slog would be nice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. But we'll have to see.
He's in and bowls. Wood hits this high and hard and not. It's chucked back inside and it's taken the catch. Whether that will stand, I'm not sure. It was a combination of Tom Lammonby.
Again bowls. That's played out onto the leg side. That's a massive 6. Onto the concourse again.
Hey guys, so we're currently at the Ageas Bowl. And we're playing Hampshire obviously, and I've got Josh Davey here with me, and we have just finished bowling probably about an hour ago. And what did they get, Sluggy?
They got 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. We had a tremendous bowling effort from all the boys. Josh Davey, Marchant de Lange, and even Lewis Goldsworthy with a few fine overs. And now we are currently 67 for 2 after 8.1. We're watching Riley Russo and the one and only Taunton's finest, Tommy Abel. So I'll turn it around and yeah, so the boys are going nicely at the moment. So fingers crossed for another win, and yeah, a Blackbird's song would be very good. Any thoughts, Sluggy?
That's gone. I think you summed it up there nicely.
Cheers, bud. That was a top explanation from me.
Lammonby bowls. That's heaved into the leg side. That's 6 runs. Yes, they do want to get this over with sooner rather than later.
Now this is in and bowls to Green, who gets that down to fine leg, goes through for a run, and Somerset have won by 4 wickets.
Lamondowski.
Oh, is that John? You can ask me a question and just stare.
What's your name? What is your name? Peter Sidwell.
Peter Sidwell, 10.
What are these? Are they special protein sweets?
Protein.
There's
protein tuckies.
What are they called?
there's beef.
Yeah.
Beef and spinach jellies.
Let's have a look.
Beef and jelly spinach. Jellies. Carrots. Broccoli. All from the surface. All from the ground.
Is that where you get your strength from, is it?
P.S. Sidwell.
Vet preparations at all?
No, not really at all. No, it's the lads are really professional. We know what we need to get done. In fact, looking at the way they're playing football, I wouldn't mind getting out there quickly, to be honest. No, we're going to be ready. Absolutely.
And relatively quick turnaround from Wednesday night. Looking to bounce back. Have you tweaked anything in terms of the messaging and going across to the players tonight?
No, not particularly. We know what we're about. The message is really, really clear. Be instinctive. Get out there and enjoy yourselves. You know, let's put a show on for the crowd and let's show us what we're all about. I'm looking forward to what we're going to do tonight.
And Glamorgan as well, possessed threats. Good win for them last night. Felt like it was up and running for them at home for the T20 Blast as well. So there's lots of threats in the side for them this evening.
There absolutely is, and they're a really quality side, well drilled. We know exactly what we're going to be coming up against, but we're on home territory. We know our ground. We know the wicket. We've got advantages there, and it's about what we do, not about what they do. So I'm really looking forward to what show we put on tonight, really.
And you mentioned the wicket there, the same pitch as the other night, as well as a bowling coach. What does that mean for you tonight?
Well, we've just got a bit more information about what the pitch has done in the past. Obviously, we don't know exactly what it's going to do tonight, but we've got a bit of an idea, and we know the dimensions. We know what worked the other night. We're going to tighten up on our execution a little bit, and get out there and just follow our instincts. And we do that, we'll be fine.
Well, Steve, we wish you the very best for tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And as Mark said a couple of moments ago, there will be a pitch inspection at 6:30. We'll keep you updated with all the updates.
Oh, there it was. Steve Kirby there having a chat about the prospects of a game ahead. And it looks like, Charlie Taylor, we may well get a game 2. Inspection at 6:30. We had that heavy downpour that caught us off guard a little bit. Definitely caught the ground staff off guard. But the good news is the players are back out there warming up, or they're just loitering on the edge. There's a few footballs being kicked around. There's going to be an inspection in about 18 minutes' time. And I'm hopeful we're going to get some cricket played. Sam Dowling here on the Somerset County Cricket Club live stream, brought to you in conjunction with our friends at Trade Nation. Charlie Taylor's next to me looking resplendent in his Somerset T20 shirt. Charlie?
Yeah, just in case. Never know, do you? Got to be around for the call-up, although I feel like I haven't actually played for my club team yet this year because I've been busy on a lot of weekends. So it would be fresh. If I went out there, I would be pretty raw, probably a few looseners.
You wouldn't be out of form, though, at least?
Oh, that's true. I'm not out of form. No, it's September's form, which was pretty
was
poor,
okay.
to be honest.
Yeah.
So there we go. Who knows? Maybe the magic touch has happened over the winter. But yes, good news, because that was a heavy downpour we had. But the ground staff working hard. They've got the blotter picking up as much as they can there. I like it when they turn the little hose on that, start spraying members of the crowd, or near enough to members of the crowd. Once they've sucked up all that water, but you can see it working out on there on the pitch. The goals being put back up where the 5-a-side or whatever it is going on for Somerset. I'm sure they'll start playing football again. Any excuse, they'll get onto it. But yes, the radar, just having a quick look at the radar, we've had the worst of it. There's a little red dot which was right over Taunton, I can see. That's what we had. Red is the very heaviest rain on this radar. The rest of it looks fine and actually should be cleared by 7 o'clock for the rest of the night. So it just depends how quickly they can mop it all up.
Yeah, and there's always a bit of leeway in these T20s, so it may well be that we don't actually lose any overs in the end. Certainly if we started at 7, I'd be very surprised if we lost overs. Polly next door would know the ins and outs of it, but I think you do have about an hour to play with. So fingers crossed, 20 overs aside, and lots of sixes. Great to hear Lloyd Irish on here a little bit earlier on talking to you, Charlie.
Yeah, that was really good to have a chat with Lloyd. Lloyd, if you missed that, if you have only just joined us, maybe you came partway through behind the Wyvern or something like that. We had Lloyd Irish on. Lloyd is from North Petherton Cricket Club. Also, many of you will know him as the goalkeeper from Taunton Town Football Club. He has spent a lot of time at the bedside in hospital of his North Petherton teammate, Mondley, who was attacked in Bridgewater and was very seriously injured, actually. So we've been hearing from Lloyd Irish about his condition, which thankfully has improved a lot. It's going to be a long road to recovery, but has improved. He had brain surgery, emergency brain surgery. So we're talking really serious things there. Three times. Sam just said that. So that is a serious injury, but it does sound like he's making hopefully quick improvements and working towards a full recovery. So if you did miss that, you can watch this back, can't you, on the live stream? So just skip forwards to the very start of where we picked up during actually what was quite the heavy downpour. So well worth, if you're involved in that story. I know a lot of people have been affected by it, but well worth having a watch if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trade Nation will be donating £50 for every 6 at every match. There is a charity designated, and we're very grateful that Tom Banton picked Mondley's crowdfunder for that one. So £50 for every 6, £150 for every 6 out the ground. Commentators call that one, Charlie, as well. So we'll have
maybe be quite lenient.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit lenient, potentially. We've got Peter Trago with us shortly, but I think at the moment we've got a match report. He was down there a little bit earlier. Match report, a pitch report. Peter, what's the pitch looking like?
Good evening and welcome to another night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's a little bit grey, but we're on the same pitch. As I've said 3 times now, it's a hybrid type pitch, but I did notice during the last game the slower ball started to grip a little bit, so I'm sure both sides have watched the footage and they'll probably change their tactics a little bit when bowling on this surface. In terms of the toss, sometimes when you do the toss you've got to sometimes look up, not necessarily what's down. And if you can see, there's a lot of dark grey clouds around tonight, so that might have an influence on the captain's decision, whoever wins the toss. But the pitch, it looks pretty good. I think the slower ball's gripping might knock the power of the wicket down to maybe 180, 190. Still a very good pitch, but I'd certainly still like to bat first on this.
Great stuff. Thank you, Pete Trigo. Shame about the shirt, but excellent pitch report from him there. Although it's all about looking up rather than down. So, yeah, it is pretty cloudy still. The rain has gone away, but it's still pretty cloudy. Do you think that might make a difference then, Sam? In a T20, do we really see a big difference?
Now, you get towards the evening and a bit of dew comes on, so if they're going to finish an hour later, there might be a little bit more dew. Somerset had a lot of success bowling first. They didn't a couple of nights ago, but in the last, start of this season, back end of last season, had a lot of success bowling first. They backed themselves to chase any score, so I wonder if that might be the way Tom Abel goes again. But we'll find out. We can't have a toss until we know what time we're starting. So inspection at 6:30.
Let's briefly reflect, shall we, on Wednesday night, which was Somerset's first defeat in the competition. They were chasing a big total on the same pitch. We should say this is the same hybrid pitch that they'll be using tonight. 216, wasn't it, that Sussex made? And although it was a bit of an odd innings in that no one really flew away. Felipe was the top scorer, made 70, but no one, you know, apart from that, it was a real team effort. A lot of players sort of got starts and then got out. Somerset failed to chase it down, were bowled out in the end with an over and a bit to spare. So where can they make improvements? What was it on Wednesday that went wrong?
The bowling towards the death. They started off brilliantly. Tom Lammonby opened up with a maiden, and they're so rare in county cricket, in blast cricket. But then, yeah, as you said, Philippi got going eventually. Took him a little bit of time, but 70 off 43. He ended up being a good score. Ravi Papar as well. All his experience, all his nous. Right at the end there, Marshall Delanga, I don't like criticising him because he is a wonderful bowler in T20, but just that last over, was it 6-6, 4-6, I think the last 4 balls went, and that just shifted momentum a little bit with Sussex. But what you do have to say is credit to them. They were wonderful with the ball. Riley Rousseau was electric, and when he was out there in the middle, we were thinking, well, this is done in 15 overs. Somerset will knock these off easy. Once he went to watch with a brilliant catch by Tamal Mills, actually, trying to sweep Delray Rawlins, wasn't it, I believe? Yeah. But yeah, they had Obed McCoy, who just landed from playing in the IPL final. And I think that's just part of modern cricket now. If you're a T20 franchise player, you're used to getting off a plane. I think Jimmy Neesham, who made 70 for Northant, said, well, he couldn't quite get a direct flight back on the morning of the game. So he woke up in Paris, went for a French breakfast, and then jumped on a plane to Luton and played for Northant. So that's just part and parcel.
God, Paris to Luton, what a contrast that is.
No comment, Charlie, no comment. Yeah, but sorry, Obed McCoy picked up a 5 for Tamal Mills picked up 4 for left arm seamers are in vogue at the moment. England keep picking them. Pace off, their slower balls were brilliant. I think they took 4 wickets without Somerset scoring a run, which just ended any chance.
It suddenly went from being achievable but difficult to unachievable in the space of not very long. So really interesting match on Wednesday. In fact, as a neutral, I was looking back on it thinking, as a neutral, cracking game. Loads of sixes, loads of wickets as well. You know, Somerset getting bowled out, and Sussex ended, what, 8 down, were they by the end? Something like that?
7 down.
7 down. So, you know, you've seen 17 wickets, the best part of 400, not quite 400 runs, but, you know, what a bit of entertainment that is. I'm hoping we'll see something similar. Obviously, Somerset on the other side of the result, hopefully.
One thing they will be doing different is a very good bit of news. Well, I'm assuming he's going to play, but the news was released earlier on that Craig Overton has been released from the England setup, which I think is really sensible. Him and Harry Brook They're in the test squad. They're not picked, so why not go out and play for their counties? And Craig Overton was absolutely superb. He was up for Somerset last year with the new ball. He was wonderful. He picked up 13 wickets in the tournament. Went for about 6.5 over, and he's just the talisman. He just lifts. He's that kind of person in the dressing room where you look around and they go, Craigos here, will be all right today. So that's a big boost.
Just got that yard of pace, and we talk about pace off, and he can do that, but he bowls full-blooded. Every ball he's got his whole effort into it, whether it's a slow ball or one of his full pace ones. And it comes in at an awkward height. It's difficult in the power play to get away. It's aiming at the stumps as well, so it brings into play LBWs and bold attempts. There's a lot going for Craig Overton that really does make it difficult. And I seem to remember he got a few catches in the slips last year because he's bowling straight up and they've got to slip in, and I think it worked. At least twice I think it worked for them.
Yeah, good memory that. He's got such good hand. It'll be interesting to see where they go tonight. I think if he will come in back into the side. I would imagine, and they'll be a bit unlucky, I'd imagine it'll be Ben Green or Lewis Goldsworthy who miss out. We'll see which way Jason Kerr and Tom Abel go. Got to throw him the new ball. I know Josh Davey and Tom Lammonby have been superb. Lammonby a bit of a surprise, left arm seamer. You've got to throw Craig the new ball. Often last year he bowled 3 off the reel in that power play and was exceptional.
Well, what's the nice thing for Somerset is they can have 3 back-to-back from Overton in the power play and still have either Tom Lammonby or Josh Davey left in the hutch ready to bowl, as well as Marshall DeLanger. If you think pace is going to be the way to go, then you've got him. He hasn't bowled a single over in the power play yet. So there's a lot of in Somerset's armoury. They bat deep, but also those all-rounders really mean that Tom Abel's got a lot to work with.
Yeah, and it's a big question, isn't it? It's interesting because Craig Overton is the standout new ball bowler, right? There's no question about that. He's also effective in the middle of the innings and at the death. Josh Davey has been bowling really well at the death. I just wonder, and whether it will come into the thinking, I think Josh is better with a new ball rather than those middle overs. So I just think you have to go with Craig Overton. We'll find out. Why don't we get the opinion of a man, a good friend I've just caught up with him a little bit earlier on. Charlie Rose here from Trade Nation. Hey, Charlie.
Good evening.
2 Charlies now.
Couple of Charlies.
Couple of Charlies, yeah.
Well played. You coming in sheltered from the rain? You've been out there enjoying yourself?
Been caught out a little bit in the rain, yeah. We've been obviously doing the bat fast out in the fan village. It did come down quite heavily, but yeah, it's drying out nicely, I would say.
The Batfast is the virtual reality machine, basically.
Yeah, cricket simulator. And Sam, you obviously had a few balls earlier. Very impressive.
I played 1 good shot out of 3, didn't I?
What was it? Tell me it was an uppercut or reverse sweep.
Just drove straight. It was classically driven straight down the ground.
You're not getting in the T20 side with that.
No. Certainly not with my first 2 shots either. Outdone by the 60-mile-an-hour seamer.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, no, really looking forward to the game. Obviously, the rain. It's delayed things a bit, but excited for it. And I'm loving the shirt as well, Charlie.
Thank you. Yeah.
Last year's
full strip. Got to be ready. Got to be ready at all times.
Yeah, we've been here for the last couple of games, so it's been pretty fast and furious. Obviously, 3 home games in 5-6 days. Batfast has been going down a treat though, and I would encourage anyone this season to.
We can just see it now.
On
the edge of our screen, they'd had a queue. I bet they've been popular, yeah.
Hotcakes, really is. Just a nice flag there as well. But yeah, really good. It's great to see all of there. See people of all ages. We literally have people of all ages having a go, which is great.
There's a lot of netting there for a virtual reality cricket simulator. So what about it is virtual reality, and why are there so many nets involved?
Batfast basically is a state-of-the-art. I'm really selling Batfast here. I'm going to really sell it. State-of-the-art cricket simulator. There's some places up in London. I think there's a few actually around the country. Basically, they adapt this, a ball comes out at you, and
a physical
ball comes out. You see the man running on the virtual virtual screen, and it comes out at you, and then it's just the batter and the ball. And it's, as Sam would probably tell you, it's not easy, is it? But it's great fun.
It's a lot like club cricket because you see this man absolutely steaming in, and then the ball just goes. doesn't come quite as quickly.
Yeah, we did lower the speed quite a lot. For Sam, to be fair.
Do you see are there a few parents just elbowing the kids out the way because they want to go?
There's a whole family that had a go at each time, and I must say. The most impressive was the son out of all of the family, which was great to see. But there's a few lefties there as well, but brilliant. Like I say, I encourage anyone to go have a go. We're here until just after the first innings before we pack up. But yeah, it's free for all. So.
Great, good fun.
Got anything else going on down there this season?
Giving out plenty of freebies. Obviously, we've got the squishy balls, which are all over the ground. Should hope.
My cat loves those.
Really?
Absolutely loves those.
So I've got one for my mum's dog.
I've got, so there's one at home, lives on our living room. It's got like claw marks all the way, and he just can't get enough of it. Yeah, I don't know if that's what you had in mind when you're giving them out, but he can't get enough of it.
Well, there's plenty there if you need to restock.
Take a few more.
Yeah,
bring some presents home for him.
But yeah, and obviously we got the games later on streaming style, so we encourage people to hashtag it and tweet us your setup. Some great, I really enjoy picking those because you see some great setups. There's some people in pub garden, maybe not so much tonight, in pub gardens watching around the country or around the world even. So
around the world.
So you're the man in charge of picking them.
Yeah, Ben gives me that job, which I quite enjoy. I really enjoy that.
You never pick Charlie and I. We're always streaming style every time.
That's what we've got.
Yeah. You are literally. Yeah, you've got the best view in the house, that's for sure.
I guess we're not streaming it. It's actually happening.
We are streaming in a way.
Streaming across the world. And then obviously how's that Train Nation, which got great prize, Gray Nichols voucher tonight. So yeah, great prize, and the wheel's back as well.
Yes, the wheel, the colourful wheel from last year.
Misfortune for a lot of people, but there'll be someone in there who's lucky.
That wheel still gives Tom Abel nightmares, I think, from last year.
So yeah, we're going to be giving that a spin later. Lucky winner will be called up, and so really exciting stuff. Like I say, it's great to have the cricket season back. It feels like a long time, isn't it?
And there's a real West Country link as well for a lot of the prizes. I know this one's a Gray Nichols voucher, which is it's a brilliant prize.
But / cricket vibe. Yeah, we've just thought after everything, it'd be great to sort of to really have a local theme, and one of the vouchers later on in the season, Hub Box, which is the new sponsor, a lovely burger joint. I say it's lovely. I haven't been yet, but I've heard great things. And I've been.
It's good.
Yeah, there we go. I've made a little note to go there before the end of the season. But yeah,
it's just down the road. Is that?
It literally is. Isn't
barely
it?
100 yards.
I walked past it. It caught my eye when I was walking here the other day. Actually,
if you go on the Somerset website, you can sign up, and you might be able to win a voucher for Hub Box. I'm told.
Yeah. I think there'd be some questions asked if the guy from Trade Nation won the Trade Nation prize.
Is that Charlie?
Yeah. No, we're all about fairness. But yeah, no, like you say, some great prizes. Obviously, the two we've already done, the Thatchers tour as well, which I'm very jealous of. I might treat myself to a Thatchers tour actually, because I've heard really good things about that. So yeah, really
good stuff. Oh, it's great to hear about it. We should say as well about the sixes tonight. We heard from Lloyd Irish earlier on, who's been really part of that, looking after Mondley, who's in hospital. Just remind us, Tom Banson's choice, but this is going towards that fundraising effort.
Yeah, we done it last season as well. We give into charitable work we do at Train Nation is very important to us, and last year the guys here came up with a great idea on, well, why don't we get the players involved and they could pick their charities, and as you probably remember, last year there were some great charities come out, and one of them was this year we've carried that on, and Tom's obviously picked this great call, so yeah, we encourage sixes and out of fantastic cause.
I hope for a lot of them tonight, absolutely. Charlie, great to have your thoughts on the game.
You.
Fingers crossed we get a lot of sixes, a lot of going out of the ground as well. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Umpires are out there then. Graham Lloyd and Mark Newell tonight. They're just wandering around, just on the edges of the square. I think they're just having a look at the damp patches, making sure it's safe for fielding. All eyes on them, really, quite literally. The eye in the sky is on them, but the players, they're out there. Glamorgan right in front of Charlie and I here in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion in their little huddle with Matthew Maynard, a man that Somerset will know well.
Always good to see Matthew Maynard back here. He's a really nice guy. Led the team here for a while as coach, and then moved on to Glamorgan. So someone who has been around the county circuit for a long time. Of course, played for England as well. Although I'm sure he probably sees it more as an England and Wales team that he was representing. But good to have him back at the ground, obviously leading the Glamorgan side. There is a lot of water. You can see him there, Matt Maynard, on the left of the huddle, giving the talk there. There is a lot of water on the cover, just about to be moved by the ground stuff. You can see this is where the umpires are looking. It's sort of the edges of where the covers are, because that's where all the water sort of comes off as the. We'll get a view of it for you in a minute. They're folding up the edges so the water doesn't escape from any other parts. They can all focus it in one place and then sort of pick up. Here you go, look at that. There's a lot of surface water on there. So then all that comes into one spot, which is when they bring along the big sort of mopper-upper, which sucks it all up. Well, that's the plan anyway. So that's why the umpires are looking at those certain spots. You might be thinking, well, why aren't they right on the you know, the pitch where it matters. So that's because this is a key area for fielding. You don't want fielders slipping up, doing damage to ankles or knees or anything like that when they're, you know, diving to stop fours or catches or anything along those lines. So just coming into us now is the details that you need to know for a full game today is a 7:05 start. That's the latest start we can have to fit in a full T20 match, 20 overs per side. So 7:05. If we started before then, we would have a full game in. But obviously that is still yet to be seen when that will be announced as to how long or when the game will start, or how much shorter it will get. If it's after 7:05 when we start, the game will have to be shortened, sadly, but fingers crossed that doesn't happen. So what, we're still just over half an hour away from that, so there's a chance, I guess.
We might be all right. They can clear that waterway, as you're saying. It's those danger areas on the square. They're a little bit more relaxed. Whether they should be or not is another debate, but in T20, these areas down at kind of the longer, long on, long off, third man, fine leg boundaries, they're a little bit more relaxed. Players just have to be a bit more careful. They're keener to get Vitality Blast games on, given the time frames involved. So fingers crossed. Somerset are out there as well, doing their warm-up. I'm sure they'll be playing a little bit of football. That plays a key part in their football games. You've seen Jack Brooks gets his kind of full refereeing, umpiring, like American football umpiring outfit on.
I heard you mention that on another one of the streams I was watching at home, and I hadn't seen it before. But then when I was here on Sunday, I was in the crowd watching the game against Essex Eagles, and I saw him warming up. I thought, who is that in the full referee kit? Yes, of course it is Jack Brooks. I can't see him there at the moment, but well worth keeping an eye out for. He always takes things quite seriously, doesn't he? He never does things by half.
I haven't asked him, but I bet he carries cards.
Oh,
I bet he has
no doubt.
red cards.
He'll have a whistle, cards, everything. Yeah. He'll have the little book,
absolutely,
pencil, writing people's names in the book.
And rightly so. Glamorgan just going through a few sprints. I mean, they won last night, a low-scoring game at Essex. The pitch was a little bit too paced, the bits of it that I saw. So I'm not sure we can read too much into form there. They got home relatively comfortable. I think the feeling was, Sam North East said afterwards, it was about 145 pitch, which was par, whereas Essex only got to about 115.
We haven't really spoken about the Glamorgan side so far, so should we focus on them a little bit as to how they're doing this season? Because they've had, you told me, they've basically been away the whole time, been on their travels the whole way, apart from one game this season so far. They've had to put up with a lot of away games, which isn't a bad thing, because it generally means then you save your home games till the end, which might be quite helpful.
Well, yeah, they've got a kind of clump of games at Sapphire Gardens, to still call it that. But yeah, they played 4, won 2, lost 2. So they had this. They started with a win down at Sussex. Now Mohammed Rizwan, he made a wonderful 81, but no one else passed 13 in that inning, so it was very much a low hand. They went to Surrey, actually gave Surrey quite a good game at the Oval. Sam North East made 65. There's the blotters on the screen. You can see all that water, can't you?
They get there as quickly as they can to stop it getting sucked up by the turf, because that's not what you want. You don't want muddy puddles there, or you want to get it off while it's on the surface. You can see it doing their best, sucking it all up. Sorry, Sam.
No, you're right. So they went to Radlett and lost, and I heard Mike Powell, who formerly of Glamorgan, played many years as their keeper. Now there's a bit of punditry for them too. He was saying, he was at both games, said they had a real buzz at Surrey. They lost, unfortunately, but the buzz wasn't quite there at Radlett, but it certainly looked to be a buzz last night in Cardiff. I don't know if the Jubilee had anything to do. I expect Cardiff was quite fun last night. But yeah, they played really well. I tell you what, so they've got Michael Hogan. This is last season.
You love a bit of Michael
Hogan. I do love
a
bit of
we've
Michael
got
Hogan. Oh, breaking news.
Good news on a start time. So we will now start at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. The toss is just about to be done. So that means, Sam, good news, we're going to get a full T20 in.
Excellent.
That is great news.
I do love a full T20. I love it for the Trade Nation charity side of it as well. But, you know, when T20 is a little bit of a lottery anyway, but the shorter you make it, the more it becomes just kind of, wow, finger in the air stuff. You saw it, it's when you get rain midway through the game. It's when you get rain midway through the game that you, like Essex here on the first game, they batted for 15 overs, thinking they've got 5 overs left. Actually, the rain comes, they go off. All of a sudden, they've got 3 overs. Critchley, he was on nearly 50, he was cold, he's got March and Delanger bowling, Rockets, got to go from ball 1, and then you just get this, well, here's a random total to chase.
It splits a game up, it changes the whole feel of the game. Quite often the chasing side then does well, doesn't it? As you're saying, you know how it changes when you're setting a target for sure. We're going to be heading to the toss pretty shortly. Tom Abel's been very good at the toss so far this season. Let's see if he can do it again. We'll head out there once they're ready to toss up. It'll be Lloyd and Abel, the two there. You can see some of the people there getting ready to head into the toss areas. As Tom Abel now does arrive, you see him just marching through his screen there, shaking the hands of the umpires, and his opposite number, David Lloyd, who was captaining the Glamorgan side tonight. Crowd filing back into the stands, and just we're getting ready to head down there for the toss as the two captains check out each other's teams.
Yeah, he's won his last 3 tosses, Tom. Elected to bowl in all of them. First game of the season down at Kent, they won the toss. Kent won the toss and asked Somerset to bowl, so he was quite happy with that. Glamorgan have won 2 of their 4 tosses and elected to bowl both times, and in fact those are the 2 games they won, so I would imagine that they prefer to chase. There he is, Jack Brooks,
see Jack
on
Brooks
screen.
Yeah, in his full referee kit.
They were always going to get that full get. I've seen, so Jason Kerr goes out there often in goalkeeping gloves. I don't know if he's got those on today. Hildreth is a very competitive footballer. He's very much in the ears of the referees, so it needs a strong character in Jack Brooks to ref it. Andy Hurry's often out there. Right, I think we have got the toss now. Robbie's down there with Tom Abel.
Here with Tom. Tom, you've won the toss. Which way are you going to go first of all?
We're going to have a bowl first tonight.
Any rationale behind that?
Just obviously there's a little bit of weather around. You know, it's worked for us not last game, but it's been a method that's worked through the comp so far. But yeah, we're going to have to restrict them and bowl well. Obviously it could be tricky sort of fielding first, but yeah, we've got to do whatever we do, we've got to do it well.
And crucially, any changes from Wednesday night?
Yeah, we've got one change. Obviously Craigo comes back. It's great to have him back from sort of his England duties. Unfortunately, Golders missed out tonight.
Well, thank you very much. All the best for tonight. If I can bring David in of Glamorgan. David, you've lost the toss. Would you have gone the same way as Tom?
Yeah, we would have bowled first as well if we'd have won the toss.
And from your perspective, any changes tonight from last night? Of course, a very quick turnaround for you guys.
Yes, Eddie Byram comes in for Andrew Salter. T20 debut for us, so.
Fantastic. Well, all the best again for tonight. So the news from the middle, Somerset win the toss and they will bowl first.
And there's action here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. The covers are coming off. We're due to start at 7 p.m. Very excited. They're like ants out there on the outfield. There are hundreds of people out there. And there feels like there's hundreds of people in the commentary box. I have got with me this evening Johan Myberg and Max Waller.
Good evening, Peter.
Chaps.
Good evening. Good evening, Peter.
Hello, mate. How you doing? You all right? This is good. I see you carrying a bit of a bandage there on the thumb, Maxi. How's the injury coming along?
Yeah, it's more for sympathy than anything else. Yeah, it's a bit sore. I got one back at me playing against the Sri Lanka 11 last week. Probably should have caught it, and then yeah, it's been a bit sore since. Just bruising there.
So I'm right in saying, Max, during that game, it would be remiss of me not to celebrate this with you. You became Somerset's leading 2020 bowlers, and congratulations from that.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, mate. That must have been a pretty special moment. You 100% knew that was happening?
I've been told a few times, so yeah, it's nice to get over the line eventually. It's been a little while coming. Didn't have my best year in T20 cricket last year, but nice to get over the line this year and obviously go past Alfonso, who I've played a lot of my career with, which is pretty special.
Yeah, awesome, mate. It was good to see. Nice to see that tweet sent out by the club. And Mibes, you would have been on the field when Maxi took a fair few of those wickets. What would you say were Max's particular strengths as a bowler when you played with him?
Well, there's a few, Pete, but certainly he's understanding what batsmen were trying to do. He was a master of knowing what the batter was thinking, manipulating them into hitting the ball where he wanted them to hit the ball. So it was almost like he was one step ahead of them. Although he's got variation, obviously, and he's got some natural variation, but he's got some some other variations in terms of flight and pacey bowls, but I think that was his main attribute, his understanding of the game.
Yeah, he used to make people hit it to his first slip, which was cow corner, wasn't it? Straight down the throat of cow corner.
Absolutely.
Very, very busy part of the ground, wasn't it, Max?
They all count, mate. They all count.
They certainly do. And Mibes, you're now the coach of the South East Stars. Obviously, T20 involved in is it the Charlotte Edwards Cup? How's the team going, and how have you found coaching? Stepping over the line into the dugout.
I found it really nice, Pete. I really enjoy it. I work with a great bunch of people, so that's always a good start. Yeah, white ball stuff. I've never hidden the fact that I preferred white ball cricket. So working in the women's game, that's kind of all you do for now. We don't know where that'll go, but certainly the journey through college first and doing bits and pieces of other sport, and then sort of finding my way back into professional cricket has been a nice one.
And how are you enjoying being back at the county ground? Obviously, it's one of those frustrating sights for all us cricketers, seeing that rain fall. You almost get that sense that the guys are going to go through their warm-up, it's just about to finish, and then the rain will come back down again. That was always a thing that used to happen. But what's it like being back, Moby?
Really nice. I haven't been back for a while, obviously, so just to catch up with a few of my old teammates has been really nice. I can't remember when when the three of us were in the same room, so that's really cool. And then just to see the ground looks really good. I mean, that pitch looks nice. I haven't thought about playing cricket since my retirement, but I think if ever, I might come out of retirement to battle that one.
Yeah, certainly licking the lips. I did the pitch report earlier. It certainly looks an absolute belter. It's a hybrid pitch. Feedback from the bowlers I spoke to earlier said it was taking a little bit of grip with the seam. The Kookaburra balls this year, the seams are quite a little bit taller than we're used to seeing. So there's a little bit of movement early on. They were all praising Tom Lammonby's bowling. So that was good to see. Have you watched much of the live stream or the games on television?
Little bits, Pete. Not heaps, but I have watched little bits. It's whether it's the men or the female game. I try to probably watch a little bit more cricket now than I ever did in my last 5 years of playing. So I've watched little bits. I'm not so fond of the wide seam getting larger, Pete. You might have enjoyed that, but I certainly want it as flat as possible. So we want to see 4s and 6s, don't we, Max?
Yes, we certainly do, don't we, Max?
No,
we don't want to see spin or anything like that going on.
We don't. We want to see it get under the bat and then knocking out long on for one. No, I think it's going to be a good wicket. I think, especially with a bit of moisture around as well. Generally, the hybrid pitches skid on a little bit more. So I think it's going to be a good one tonight.
That's right. And from a lifestyle point of view, you chaps, father of two, recent father of little Milo, and how are you finding the balance of being a dad and a professional cricketer?
It's busy. It's busy. I don't know why I'm busy, but I seem to be busy a lot. He's a good little man. And he's keeping up at night, but no, it's good fun. And I'm really enjoying it.
You a hands-on dad? Are you doing all the nappies?
Absolutely.
And all the feeding and everything like that?
Yeah, all of the above. I have to actually. Sometimes a bit of a stay-at-home dad during the day some days. So I have to do all that stuff, which is messy at times. But there's other days where it's very rewarding when I'm not doing that stuff, and see his little smiley face.
Yeah, awesome. Nothing better. Well, we're about 15 minutes away from the start of play. So. Any predictions from the night?
I'm going 200 plays, 180. Obviously, a Somerset victory.
Well, we see the Somerset team: Tom Banton, Will Smead, Riley Rousseau, Tom Abel, Tom Lammonby, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, back from England duty. Excellent, under the watchful eye of Robert Key. A bit of common sense in the England camp. We're releasing one of the players that aren't playing. Craig Overton back with us. Brilliant to see Ben Green, Rolf van der Merwe, Martin de Lange and Josh Davey completing the 11. Anything spring out? Obviously great to see Craig back.
Yeah, absolutely. He strengthens the seam bowling department, which has actually been pretty strong for us so far this year. There's lots of seam bowling options there. So I think if it does offer anything with that pronounced seam, it should see that bowling attack for sure.
Replacing Lewis Goldsworthy by the looks of it. Interesting. They're similar bowlers, but I think Craig might get a little bit more bounce tonight. Could be useful, but I thought Lewis Goldsworthy's really started to develop. Have you been doing any work with the spinners, or do you generally keep your skills to yourself?
It's different types of bowling. Yeah, I've spent a little bit of time with Lewis down in Cornwall as well, playing my club cricket down St Just, and yeah, so spend a bit of time down in Cornwall. So spent a bit of time with Lewis recently. Yeah, his bowling's nice in white ball cricket. He's good actually at what I've been saying earlier about my strengths, knowing what the batter's going to do and trying to find ways to combat that. And yeah, he's been pretty good for us this year. He's obviously fairly new to it still, so he's still learning his trade. But yeah, obviously Craig is obviously going to strengthen any side.
So he's done nothing wrong, and he unfortunately loses his spot. Mibes now as a coach, a team manager. Is that the hardest part when you've got the hirings, firings, the let goes, and the picked, not picked? Is that the hardest message you've got to give to your players?
Oh, definitely, Pete. You've got players, very good players, that sometimes miss out, and whether it's players or staff, you're working with people and people with that you want them to express their feelings. You want them to be in an environment where they can be unhappy and upset, and as a coach, that's something for you to deal with.
Yeah, it is always a bit of a challenge, as I've said many times before. 18 doesn't go into 11, even though my E grade in my GCSE maths wasn't so hot. I believe we have the Glamorgan team news in, which will be interesting to see. We have David Lloyd, Sam Northeast, very good acquisition. Marcus Labuskakli or Labuschagne, Marnus, or however he likes to pronounce his name today. Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook, looked like he was striking the ball well. Former Somerset player Eddie Byron, Dan Douthwaite, Michael Nessa, James Whale, Prem Sisodia and Michael Hogan. Just about got through that. Yeah, Marnus Labuskakli is obviously a name that really does spring out. Would be interesting to see on the effects, Mike. But every time he leaves the ball, is he the now run and all that kind of stuff? He's a bit of an eccentric character, like yourself, Mybee. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the comparison there, Pete. But no, he's obviously a good player. Especially Test player, but he's a good cricketer. So yeah, I'm sure there are people that be coming out to watch him play. It's very interesting for me, Pete, is the lack of spinners in both teams. I think, things that white ball, that seam must be very big this season, because I'm not used to playing T20 cricket with so few spinners inside, especially at Taunton.
Yeah, it's very unusual. Spinners have kind of dominated world T20 cricket. I think you're under 7.5 runs and over, you go out?
Under that trees, yeah.
Under that, Max knows. Come on, give me the decimal points. Come on, give me the...
I think it's 7.34,
7.34 Max Waller's economy rate. And a few weeks back we were talking about the first 2022. This man, first name on my team sheet, 7 point whatever it was, at the highest run scoring ground in world T20 cricket. I mean, that's a fun. I think, forget the wickets. That's probably your USP, your golden achievement, I would say, in the game. Is that
absolutely, yeah. It's probably something I'm most proud of, to be fair. Finding a way to be successful on such a good wicket and high scoring ground is it's something I'm pretty proud of.
So if I pick your brains for the listeners at home, the young cricketers who might be starting their careers, playing different levels and a lot of T20 cricket, no doubt. From a bowling point of view, you kind of know that at some stage someone's going to hit you for 4 or 6. What did you always used to tell yourself just to keep yourself in a positive frame of mind?
So I'm trying to be ahead of the batter. So I'm trying to shut down his powerful scoring areas. I think it's really important, as any bowler in white ball cricket, to have a one delivery. So to be able to get a guy off strike who's a dangerous player and bowl at the guy potentially who's easier to bowl at, and you be a bit more aggressive with that batter. So sometimes you have to, if you're bowling at Finch and Roy at the top of the order, sometimes you have to be defensive to both those sort of players. But it's about choosing your time when to attack in white ball cricket. I think wicket's obviously very important, but it's also being smart and when to attack.
And Mybee, for the young batters out there, what was your game plan when you were electric towards the back end, in particular of your white ball career? What was the sort of mental preparation and your tactics going about starting an innings?
Probably similar to what Max said there. You do a lot of homework in terms of how people try and go about it. So I used to look at opposition and see how they try and go in that power play, especially. It's a key period of the game. So I spend lots of time asking the analyst, when will they bowl a spinner in the power play? What over they generally do it? What lengths do those bowlers try to bowl? If you do go after him, do they go to slow balls? Do they go to Yorkers? So you do a little bit of planning, and then it's just obviously it's practice and trusting your skills. I mean, I think the biggest part of being a white ball cricketer is you've got to be brave. You know, that if you're going to go out there and not trust your game and trust your skills, then you're going to get caught. I think you've got to be happy with that. Sometimes you're not going to quite pull off the things you try and do, because, you know, if I'm batting against smart bowlers like Max or whoever's bowling, or, you know, Pete yourself, you're a very smart bowler, so you're going to get stuff wrong. But if you don't have that trust and that bravery, if you're a batter, then you're in trouble.
So we'll play virtual cricket in the commentary box. Max Waller bowling to Johan Myberg. How are you bowling at Mybe, and how are you batting against Max first?
So I know Mybe's very strong square of the wicket, and he'll look to flat bat me down the ground. So he's looking for any sort of length. So potentially go a fraction fuller to Mybe, but also being aware that he can step down and hit. So I'm looking to bowl quite straight to him, give him no width because he's strong on the cut. And yeah, I think probably try and play a bit of gamesmanship and potentially leave areas of the ground open. Maybe have a mid wicket in and bowl real straight, and make him try and hit me leg side with that tight leg side field.
In terms of the spin, would you spin it away, or try
I'm looking
to
I'll run it into my, like I say, trying to not give him any width. So I'm looking to attack the stumps, but also looking to bowl googlies and back spinners and run it into him.
And Mybe facing Max, first over, power play.
I would have asked Steve Davis to take the first over.
No, you can't. No copping out. No copping out.
No, I probably would have, if I did my homework, would have known that Max would probably like to do it, like most of those bowlers, if they had a bowler like me at the power play. So the thing is with that is Max had to make a decision. So if he was going to come straight, would he put square leg back? If he did, then I'd probably, if it was the first over, not get too greedy. I'd probably just go, okay, fine, this is all right. I'll take my one to square leg. I'll take my one to mid wicket and see how it goes second and third over. If it came to the third or fourth over and we were really trying to push and he left square leg up, I'd probably have to go to sweep, which I didn't really want to do. But I would only to try and get him to bowl slightly wider, exactly what he said I wanted him to do, or to try and get him square leg back, and then I would take maybe a few risks to try and get it over long off or through the offside. I'm hoping if I bat that first over, he maybe does just drag one short, because then regardless of his line he's going to bowl. I would back myself to hit it in between on the space on the leg side, or like Max said, probably just hit it straight over his head.
Well, I have to admit that would be a fascinating matchup. Somerset's most economical T20 bowler against one of Somerset's most explosive top order batsmen. I won't have the question from me and Max, because we know what's going to happen. He's going to lob it up. I'm going to have a massive hack. There might be a couple of sixes, but then I'll get out caught cow corner. That'd be about the way it'd go, wouldn't it, Maxie?
I think so, mate.
Well, anyway, good news. There seems to be some rumblings down in the dugout area. The coaches are starting to leave the field. We are 5 or so minutes away from the start of play. Throughout the game, my Twitter feed will be sort of scrolled through and looked at. Any questions you have, any observations, good and bad, please send them through to me at Trees140. If you want to have a bit of an interaction, have a little bit of fun, because that's what a night at Taunton watching T20 is all about. So, guys, are we going with a Somerset win? I suppose we have to, don't we? But you know, the way I saw Glamorgan play the other night. I know it's at Safari Gardens where they're going to play on that sand pit of a wicket. Very much, you know, they're great at playing their own style of cricket. Very wide pitch. Not the best wicket, to be fair, from a quality point of view. Low scores. I think it was like a 120, 130. They got home, but they got home with only a couple of overs still to go. This is a different kettle of fish. It's going to be a power game here at Taunton. How do you see that going?
I think it obviously suits the Somerset players, the Somerset squad, a little bit more. Although their seamers bowl pretty well. And having listened to what you guys are talking about, that ball and the assistance they might get, it should be a good game. It always is. They're always close games in the South Group. It's a tough group to play in. I think the three of us know that, so it should be a close one again. It should be a nice one to come down to Taunton and watch. It's going to be exciting. I think it'll come down to, I think Craig will have a big influence and a big impact in the game, so he's a good asset. And then, like I said earlier, Pete, I think, you know, hopefully Tom can get going at the top of the order, because if he bats for 40 or 50 balls, then the other side might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, we would certainly like to see a Tom Banton firework display tonight. Max, have you been bowling much at Banton and that? Will Smeed, impressive. I keep saying it, impressive biceps, but he can hit some bombs as well. Bance, have you seen him around the ground? Is he in a positive frame of mind?
I think he's frustrated at the moment. He's finding ways to get out, but obviously we know how talented he is as a player. Both we've got a very powerful batting lineup, especially the top three. They're very destructive on their day. So hopefully, we can see a couple of those guys come off tonight. I think the seam bowling on both sides can be important. Obviously with the new ball, I think setting the tone with the ball, Craig Overton and Josh Davey and Marchand will be crucial early on.
Yeah, Lammers as well has been quite impressive. That first, it was a bit of a curveball when we saw him bowling. Didn't bowl hardly at all in the championship, not even the occasional over. So to see him hitting the deck, swinging the ball, really quite promising for the club. That first over is probably the easy one to bowl, but he's doing pretty well as Tom Abel leads the Somerset team out onto the field for this match here at the Cooper Associates ground against Glamorgan. It's going to be a cracker. Isn't it, Max?
Yes.
Always great. Let's see, it's still, I don't think I've been retired long enough to not sort of get a bit goosebumpy when I see the team walk out to the ground. I mean, do you miss it, Mibes?
Pete, yeah, it would be great fun to go on there and play in front of the people. I'm sure it would be. I'm enjoying it. I would enjoy it. I don't think I'm missing the things that I need to do to be able to do that. So I'll quite happily sit at the dugout and get the goosebumps while the girls walk onto the field right now.
Well, it might be. Boo. Boo you. Let's get out there. Come on, one last time. I think there was a little bit of chat, rumblings that they were going to try and set some kind of Legends game at some stage, which would be really exciting. I think the chat was a Trigo 11 versus a Triscothic 11 or something like that. That might be quite exciting.
Is that a T10 or is it? You're not thinking about 4-day, are you?
Well, I'm thinking maybe we should set the tone. Let's go T5. Let's get it over and done with and have a barbecue and a few drinks afterwards. T5. No, I think T20 would be cracking. Who would turn out to watch that? I mean, you could have Caddick, you could get Lathwell up from Devon. I mean, endless opportunities. Blackie,
Charles.
Charles Willoughby. Obviously, you just empty out Cooper Associates, wouldn't you?
Gazzard.
James Regan, Carl Gazzard. Plenty of opportunities there. As Tom Lammonby is at the top of his mark. Looking to bowl the first delivery of the night. He shapes it back in to David Lloyd, and it is misfielded.
It's no Lords, is it?
Wow, Craig Overton back to reality with a bump. Fielding here at Taunton at mid-wicket and lets one go through his legs for a single. No damage done, but Lammers, good signs there. A little bit of swing on offer there. First ball, really good signs. Lammers comes in to bowl again from the river end. Again, swinging the ball in, swinging it a little bit too far. Bit of a greedy start line. And it goes down the leg side to wicket-keeper Tom Banton. There's always that buzz in the air, those T20 games. It was a bit of a team tactic, wasn't it, to throw the ball around across the pitch, try and get in the batter's eye line, try and create a little bit of energy around the batsman, let them know that you're in the game.
Oh, ball.
Very nicely bowled. Tom Lammonby to Sam North East, a little bit of a candidate for an LBW early on. Be interesting to see a replay of that. Was there a bit of bat involved? Looked pretty good from up here. No matter what format of cricket you play in, maybe that first run's always the valuable one, isn't it?
Very valuable,
Pete. Just to get the duck, the globe out of your head. Lammonby into bowl from the river end again to Sam North East, who dabs down to Riley Rousseau, does a smart piece of fielding into Tom Banton. Tom Lammonby has been very economical these first overs, but this is a bit of cat and mouse. The first over, a lot of batters just have a little look, don't they, Maxie?
Yeah, they're having a look. They're getting used to the surface. I think Tom's having to bowl quite straight here with two men out on the leg side. So yeah, there's that opportunity for, if it does swing down the bottom, for wide balls like that. But yeah, his line's going to have to be quite tight here with this field.
Yeah, it's unusual to see such swing on offer. I think his start lines aren't a million miles away, but it's just hooping a little bit
down past the thigh pad of Sam North East. So he's going to have to adjust his line a little bit there. You couldn't bowl that line to Myby. He'd be flicking you up down to Taunton High Street by now, as he's adjusted his line. Sam North East plays quite defensively. I always thought bowling against certain batters, you felt like you were going to get a few, 2 or 3 free balls. Provided you didn't bowl a really poor delivery to someone like Sam North East, he was going to be quite watchful. He's a batter that likes to take a bit of time, so I don't expect too many fireworks in the first over, I can't imagine. As Lammonby comes into bowl again, but he offers width, and he's slashed that through point down to the fine leg boundary. Again, that's just a good cricket shot. Poor delivery there by Tom Lammonby, offering the dreaded width, certainly something you can't do in the power play.
No, Pete, you certainly can't. Interesting field. A difficult one to bowl to, I really think, in the power play. It's quite defensive. I used to think the hardest thing at the top is if that first 2 overs people are still trying to get you out. By setting this field, I'm not quite sure that's the mindset of Tom. So yeah, quite interesting.
Lammers comes into bowl to try and complete this over. Into the thigh of Sam North East, who clips that to Craig Overton. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, we're used to seeing a slip first over, aren't we? Alfonso used to bowl with the slip quite a lot, be a bit more aggressive, a bit more on the front foot, but that is the end of the first over. Glamorgan move on to 8 for 0. I've got to thank old teammates Max Waller, Johan Myberg for your time, your thoughts. That little virtual game we played, absolutely fantastic. And it's time to fist bump, tag in, whatever you need to do, to Charlie and Sam.
Cheers, Pete.
Thanks, Sammy.
Cheers, fellas. Welcome back anytime. Looking very smart today, Maxie, as well. Very sharp. Mibes, lovely to see you. And we have Josh Davey at the top of his mark. No shock there, bowling from the Trescothick stand end. Bowled brilliantly. He's had a knack of taking wickets in that first over. Josh Davey coming in to bowl to Sam North East, onto his pads. And he flicks smartly out 2. Who is that on the deep square boundary?
Interesting.
Will Smead. I think that's Will Smead out there.
Charlie and I talked about whether Craig Overton would come back in with the new ball. He was the leader last year, the talisman, but Josh and Tom have done so well in these opening 4 games. Very difficult to prize it away from them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Craig's experience, you could, you look to utilise him a little bit later on in the day, so saving him is no issue as Josh Davey comes into bowl again to David Lloyd, who plays kind of paddle sweepy type affair over the square leg boundary, back with a square leg for a 1 bounce 4. A very, very smart shot. Just a bit too straight in line, but I think that's a bit of a predicted shot, I think, of someone like David Lloyd. Looks to use the pace, flick the ball if you're straight to him. Very smart.
Yeah, taking on Smead at the boundary there. Just playing it a little bit finer than he is, not quite so square. So having a look at the field around him.
Davey into bowl again to David Lloyd, who waits for that slower ball and flicks him through back at point. Great piece of fielding by Rolf van der Merwe, as he always does. Puts his body on the line for the team and flicks it back to Ben Green, who throws into Tom Banton. A nice start here, I think. A little bit of an honours even, 17 off the first 9 balls of this innings. A couple of poor deliveries. Don't really want to bowl any extras. Those wides can be quite costly. Josh Davey comes into bowl to David Lloyd. Again, strays into the pads, and Will Smead's got a bit of work to do out there on the boundary. He rushes round. Fit, good athlete.
Great arm.
They pick up 2.
It's interesting to see how David Lloyd goes about this. I was chatting to a few Glamorgan fans. So since Sam North East has been brilliant since he's come into this side, but he's very much the man, as you were saying in the first over trig, that they're going to look to bat through, build around it, and that's potentially, some fans think, being to Di Lloyd's detriment. He's gone out there and tried to hit too hard, having to be the scorer. Looks like he's going to try and go about it properly tonight.
Long drive, but not really timed. DeLange will get there.
That shot wouldn't look out of place at Lord's this afternoon. Beautiful cricket shot. Yeah, I think that's, there's there are many ways to go about your business in 2020. I think Sam North East is going to feed off poor bowling. I think he'll look to rotate good balls and feed off, again, like I said, a bit of width. Unfortunately, we've served up one of those to him, and David Lloyd's probably going to be a little bit more expansive. Sam North East in his quite usual stance swats a very poor delivery from Josh Davey through cover for 4. That sort of ball is unfortunately the one that will consistently disappear in T20, and not the greatest start now for Somerset. Glamorgan have got 24 on the board and they haven't really had to do anything to achieve that, have they?
Yeah, we'd said, Sam, didn't we, earlier on, Somerset needed to improve their bowling. Actually, it was the bowling at the start which was good. Let's head down to the fan village where they've plenty going on there. We can see what's going on around the ground. We'll be back there.
One of the fan village, great view of the pitch as well, including the Bat Fast cricket simulator, so get yourself down here.
Thought you might like that, Chef.
Lammers running into bowl, good length, great bit of fielding by Riley Rousseau, but they scamper through for that one.
Yeah, the point we were making earlier on was how good Somerset were at the top against Sussex, and then perhaps it unravelled a little bit throughout the game. Actually here, Somerset a bit just getting that width, and then a few wides down the leg side as well.
Yeah, I actually really agree with something that Myby said. The field setting was very negative, very, very negative. To have no third man to a left armer that's going to give a natural angle to, it's quite an easy shot to play just to run a left-hander, and that's probably the reason why Lammers bowled those wides, because you can't bowl anything outside of off stump because you're just going to get run for 4. So I think in a lot of the successful teams that I played in, the best way, as we spoke about the other night, the best way to stop people scoring is to try and get them out. You don't want to be reckless, but there's nothing wrong with having a first slip in place and a more conventional field. Fine leg, third man, first slip. Try and get them out. Lammers comes into bowl. Tom Abel, as rapid as ever, athletically moves in and able to complete any sort of run out, but only a single. Yeah, it felt like quite a standoffish field. It was okay, we're just gonna let you score and we'll back off. Whereas I've played in a lot of teams here at Somerset in particular where it's all about trying to impose yourself, and maybe that was just a trick missed there by Tom Abel and his team.
Was it go to the point, we've made it a couple of times ago, you're almost trying to get, is it the mindset trying to get a couple of overs out of Lammonby and get away with them rather than them being wicket taking? And Josh Davey, the last 3 games he's taken a wicket in the second over. Hasn't happened now tonight, and then suddenly Somerset under a bit of pressure. Yeah,
I would say from a personal point of view, if you were bowling someone and your mindset is that you're trying to sneak them a few overs, they probably shouldn't be taking the new ball, because the new ball can also nip around. You're also bowling a ball against batters that haven't faced a ball yet. So that's even the great Geoffrey Boycott said, once I've faced 20 balls, I've got 20 runs, you'll struggle to get me out. But anyone can get me out in those first 20 balls.
So there's a question, why is Craig Overton good enough for international call-ups? Not quite good enough at the moment, clearly, to get on that team. But was he not taking the new ball? Was that just played nearly into the hands of Ben Green?
Well, I think there's multiple issues there. There's a continuity issue, because Craigo's not going to play every game, so Somerset are trying to settle with a tactic that doesn't include Craig Overton, but then you want to utilise having your international bowler. I mean, for me, it seems crazy that you wouldn't try and strike with him first over, but Lammers has done a great job so far.
He's got to come on now, surely.
He is, Sam.
I was having a look
Nostradamus.
I was having a look back at his records. Right? So since the start of 2019, Craig Overton has taken 30 wickets in T20 for Somerset. 20 of those have been batters number 1, 2 or 3. So not just is he opens the bowl and he takes wickets at the top of the order and gets those key men out, and that's what Somerset need to do.
No slip in for Overton though, still. Oh, he's taken an edge there already, making it hard.
Yeah, instantly. I think as well as an opposition player, you see Craig Overton, a lot of these lads would have been watching the Test match yesterday, seeing him with an England shirt on his back, and you'd instantly think, right, well, he's there for a reason, let's have a little look. So, yeah, it just seemed a little bit of a negative move from my perspective. Just the field, I've got no issue with Lammers bowling, but I just thought the field was almost like okay, we're playing on a really good wicket on a small ground, we're going to allow you to have runs. Game doesn't work like that. Try and strike. Anyway, that's moved on, and unfortunately Glamorgan have moved on quite comfortably to 33 for no loss, but hopefully Craigo can work his magic and show us what the England team are missing out on for the next few days at Lord's.
Picking out the fielder this time, not offering that width which he was hoping for there to cut it away through the cover area, but Tom Abel easily getting hold of it. Weather has improved so much. Where were you for the downpour? You didn't get wet, did you, Pete? I worry about your hair if you got wet. That's my main concern.
The frizz, the struggle is real, I've got to tell you. Well, you're a man that would know about a bit of frizz, Charlie, with those curly locks, but that is in the air.
Safe.
Tom Abel and Josh Davey chasing. The Glamorgan pair pick up 2. No, I was inside. I was in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion doing a question and answer for our hospitality guests with Johan Myberg. I'm sure they enjoyed that, and we're enjoying the hospitality that we put on here at Somerset. Great bit of food and dry indoors, which was worth the extra quid tonight, I think, as Craigo comes into bowl again to David Lloyd, who bunts down the ground to mid-off.
Direct throw from Davey, is that, I think, hitting the stumps, in fact knocking a stump out of the ground.
Smart piece of fielding there by Josh Davey, just getting his eye in.
Causing issues though, Overton, isn't he? They're not nowhere near as happy, the batters here, against Overton as they had been in the previous 3 overs.
Yeah, a combination of reputation and the fact that he's 6'6". You know, those slower balls will react off the pitch slightly differently from that height. So really good start, and hopefully we can get out of this over without a boundary, which he has done. Tom Abel, great bit of fielding. And just a single to complete the over. So a good start from Craig Overton. Yeah, it kind of does make you think that those 30-odd runs were kind of awarded to Glamorgan before they had to face our international bowler.
Does feel that way. Glamorgan yet to lose a wicket, so Somerset are in uncharted territory a bit here in the power play this season. They've always been good at taking those early wickets. They even managed it against Sussex, although again Sussex built quite quickly towards the end of the power play. So we'll see another change here. It's going to be Ben Green from the River End. Replace Tom Lammonby, who had a couple of overs first up. Northeast on strike. Pulled, but hits the umpire's foot and stops what probably would have been picked up on the boundary anyway, but the crowd loving it. I think the umpire's all right. Oh. Don't see that very often, do you?
Sam Northeast apologising straight away. Not annoyed about the fact he's missed out on potential runs.
I think, is there a smile on his face, or is he in pain?
Is that Graham Lloyd? I think he's just just wore one right on the shin.
Ankle or shin, was it? All right. He tried to get out of the way. It's quite a flamboyant effort to get out of the way, but he managed to sort of control it.
Bumble will be disappointed. He's showing a bit of pain for a Northerner. Yeah. I thought Northern lads would suffer than that.
It is his shin. He's just rubbed his shin. Well, saves a run.
Yeah, you'll know about that tomorrow morning, I think.
Yeah.
Ben Green to David Lloyd. Again, predicting that he's going slower ball. Great piece of fielding down there by Rolf van der Merwe on the boundary. Sorry, Will Smeed down on the boundary. Great work from the young fella.
Yeah. You see that dive across what is quite a wet surface. There are going to be quite a few of those, I should think, tonight. Really get the good slides in.
Yeah, it's quite a nice surface to field on, to be fair. Nice and greasy. You can slide instead of the knee sort of plugging in and getting the grass burns. So all the athletes out there will be loving a bit of a dive. Ben Green into bowl again to David Lloyd, out to van der Merwe. Yeah, pretty good start here from Glamorgan.
Yeah, I'll be happy with this, even with the umpire doing a bit of fielding early on.
Yeah, we saw that right on the old brand new Kookaburra cricket ball on the shin bone.
Ouch.
Not sure that was what the doctor ordered. But then again, he's currently our fielder of the night.
Yeah. Good stop at square leg. Push through covers, but getting outside of the inner circle there. Good stop. Tom Abel seems to be finding a lot of the ball at the moment in the field.
Now the crucial time of the over. We talked about it a few times, getting in and out the over without conceding boundaries. Real big couple of balls. The Glamorgan batters have had a look at Ben Green. They know what he's going to bowl. they're going to come pretty hard at him the next 2 balls. Another slower ball, well bowled and flicked out to Will Smeed at the deep square boundary. David Lloyd was waiting for that, but a really good cutter delivery. As predicted in the pre-match pitch report, I thought, you know, how
who did the pre-match pitch report, Pete? Just out of interest.
The pre-match pitch report. I don't know. Some guy with the green shirt on.
So are you saying they did quite a good job?
He's been to the report. No, it's just the same bloke that watched a really good bowling performance the other night by the Sussex Sharks, and they went to Mal Mills and Obed McCoy bowled a lot of cutters into the pitch, and I think if you don't learn from what other teams do well, you're missing a trick. So I think that would have definitely been a conversation with Steve Tango Kirby, the bowling coach here at Somerset, with the group.
Andy Caddick came into the commentary box after we finished.
Fuming, wasn't he?
He was absolutely fuming. But he said to you, Sussex, that was a masterclass. That was almost textbook what to do on a good pitch for batting. That is what you do in a T20. Varied lengths, cutters, nailed their lengths is what he wanted, was to see Somerset get their lengths right. Here's Overton. Straight back at him, and it's going to go all the way, is it? There's a chase on. Marshall DeLanger's going to dive and not make it.
Lovely shot there from Di Lloyd, just relieving a little bit of pressure. That last over from Ben Green, he went for 4. Craig Overton's first had gone for 9, so just stemmed the flow of runs. But that was a classic looking shot from Di Lloyd, who looks in good touch actually early on in his innings. What's he moved on to 26 now? 27.
Good cricket shots. But you know, on Caddy's comments, they were exactly right. But we could all see the plans are there. It's execution. It's not that Somerset bowled in a massively different way.
Same again.
To the Sussex Sharks. It's just they executed the length. The slower balls were a bit more into the pitch, so they were deceiving the batsmen. You notice a lot of the slower balls, in particular from the higher pace left armers, were a lot shorter. So you get that flinch reaction that you think it might be a bouncer, and then you realise it's slow. Well, by that time, you've kind of missed the boat and you're going to mistime it. That's what I thought the Sussex players did really well. I thought Somerset just got the lengths wrong. The Yorkers were half volleys, and the slower balls were just a bit too full.
Overton pitching it up here, isn't he?
As Craigo beats the bat. Yeah, I mean, David Lloyd's played 2 great shots down the ground. He's raced on to 31. Glamorgan go on to 49 for none. I mean, it's just I think it's always a bit of a slight issue when you get a power play that's being dominated by the batting side, is bowling a second over, you kind of get lined up a little bit. I sense it's what's happening at the moment. Craigan has got a tough task the next 3 balls. As he gets
what a catch!
Thick edge.
What a catch!
To Van der Merwe at short third man, sorry. He's gone slower ball, width. Bit of a gamble delivery, if I'm honest. David Lloyd's taken the bait and he's thick-edged to what would probably be called, in proper cricket, a fly slip.
Take a look at this catch. Lovely stuff, low to the ground, full stretch dive. Wow, Van der Merwe, he's a great fielder. That's a lovely catch.
Well, I was getting a bit nervous there. It was nearly going to be the first new territory for Somerset. It would have been the first time they haven't taken a wicket in their power play. But there's that man, Craig Overton, just when you need him. 13 wickets for him last year, 10 of them in those power play overs. Back into the side, released from Test match duty, striking in the power play once more.
Yeah, like we said a bit earlier, his slower balls just have that little bit of extra kick because of his height. And a great catch from Rolf van der Merwe, low to his right, but luckily for Rolf van der Merwe, he's always quite low to the ground anyway, so nice comfortable catch for someone who's athletic with a low centre of gravity like Swerve.
You can see those sometimes bounce out, can't you? When it's low to the ground, your hand or your elbow thuds into the turf and you haven't quite grasped it by that point. But he did well there, Van der Merwe, managed to get a good strong hold on it. Good catch.
You speak, Charlie, like you've experienced that kind of bit of catching in the past.
If I ever take a catch whilst sort of horizontally diving, I'll be absolutely delighted. But yeah, they don't normally stick with me, Pete. They normally are already out my hands by the time I hit the deck.
I'm sure there'll be a video out there at some stage of you executing a catch like that as Craig Overton. A little bit of a mini Ashes battle out here into Marnus Labuschagne. What is the pronunciation? Because I think the South African friends of mine are Labuschagne, and I think it feels like he's succumbed to Labuschagne because the Aussies don't. Would that be a fair argument?
I've heard South African speakers say, or the speakers say that it's Hackney at the end. Yeah, I have heard that. So I don't know. I need.
Do you think that is a little bit like me with Trigo and Trago?
So what's the real way?
Well, Trago Mills is spelled T-R-A-G. So my surname is Trigo, but I've got to the point after 20 odd years. Yeah, okay, whatever. Like you phone up the You phone up the dentist. Hi, what's your name? It's Mr. Trigo. Oh, thank you, Mr. Trago. And you're like, oh.
Well, I go by Tractor, and Tractor definitely calls you Trigo.
Trigo, yeah. Well, Tractor's a great man. Tractor's a great man. He knows his phonics, doesn't he?
I think it is Hackney. He himself, before the Ashes, did a video on the Australian social media and said it is that. But yeah, I've just succumbed to it.
Labus Hackney.
It'd be interesting to see how he goes in this.
If you think about it with an Australian, Labuschagne, do you know what I mean, mate? Labuschagne.
Shane is always good in. There's a lot of Shanes, isn't there?
It just works better. Anyway, we'll call him whatever we fancy tonight. Hopefully, we won't have a cause to say his name too many times.
Should we stick with Marnus?
Marnus.
Yeah.
Marnus is on strike, and he'll be facing Lewis Gregory for his first ball of the night.
Oh, it's going to get a wicket first ball. Lewis Gregory, 1 ball, 1 wicket. Off you go, Marnus. 50 for 2.
You can see how
debate over, gentlemen.
There we go.
Marnus is on his way.
See how disappointed he is. He was batting well last night. Did you see the run out? He got run out. He almost ran 2 himself. He got turned down by his partner. And the dive dove from about halfway down the 22 yards. Was so close to getting in. But that'll hurt him. I've spoken to him before. A fascinating character.
Yeah.
I loves his cricket. A real cricket badger. Spoke to for half an hour about Ravi Ashwin bowling at him, Ravichandran Ashwin bowling at him. We saw a bit before the game all those showers. The players were running off. It was pouring down. The kids down there, he knew they wanted to see him. So everyone else went back in. He stopped down there for the photos, chatting to the kids. I think he'd probably quite happily played with them if they were asked it.
Great guy, great cricketer. Very pleased from a Somerset perspective that he's no longer going to be adding runs to this total.
On your bike, Chief. That's what we want to see. Lewis Gregory strikes with his first ball. He's got a bit of a golden arm, Lewis Gregory. Got a lot of wickets for the club. And that's a pretty important one. Marnus is on his way back. And Somerset fans are happy. Yeah. That brings... Who does that bring to the crease? I can't see. Is that Carlson?
Carlson's down to coming at 4. Yep. The Royal London Cup skipper looks like him with number 5 on, will be.
He's really developed as a cricketer over the last few years. One of those sort of bits and pieces players that really sort of blossomed, during that sort of COVID time, especially last year.
Oh, we're getting a slip in place.
Oh, there we go.
Craig Overton taking up. Oh, he's moved a little bit.
That's called 1.5.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not quite second, is it?
Yeah, we call that 1.5. You stand there, you're a little bit too wide, and you make sure you say to the keeper, anything to your right, you've got to dive. As long as you communicate that you're a little bit wider than normal, there's normally not a problem.
Well, Banton was directing him a little bit there, wasn't he? Saying, come a bit closer, come a bit closer. So he knew exactly where Overton was, but instantly, singles taken, slips out again.
I mean, in fairness, if you edge the ball within a country mile of Craig Overton, he seems to catch it. He's got an unbelievable catching hands. Lewis Gregory into bowl to Sam Northeast, who hasn't had a great deal of strike. And he plays that off the blade of the bat. Nice little bit of touchdown to Riley Rousseau.
Right through where 1.5 slip might have been.
For a single, exactly to 1.5. It's
not that he would have played that shot if Craig Overton had been standing there, obviously.
Well, you never know. It could be an instinctive shot, but the horse is 3 fields away. Unfortunately, the horse has bolted. Riley Rousseau, what a start to his Somerset career, chaps. We must praise the man. I mean, it's just been absolutely staggering, his ball striking.
That innings against Sussex was just brilliant. And the others he's played, but that one in particular, watching him against Sussex, hits the ball so hard. Oh, is there an edge? No. He was close, though. He's beaten the bat there, Gregory. Might want to put that slip back in, Tom.
Beautiful bit of nip there from Lewis.
He's already hit 15 sixes, Riley Rousseau. 248 runs, an average of 82. It's the strike rate 190.76.
That is amazing.
I remember Lewis Gregory had a strike rate of about 200, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, when he kept coming in and finishing. But to do it batting at 3, I know it's the early stages, but wow.
bowled, Lewis Gregory. Looks to have a nice bit of spring in his step and a bit of zip. I saw him before the game. He said he was a little bit stiff in the back area. Looked like he was labouring a little bit. He's obviously had a decent warm-up because he looks like he's really getting that ball through this evening.
Don't hear Lewis Gregory feeling his back's bad, though. Obviously, what he's been through with it.
Yeah, I think that's just good. I think Lewis has just grown into the mentality that he's going to have back issues from time to time, and just to manage himself through games. I mean, it's always a bit of a shock to any young cricketer. I know he's not a young cricketer now, but you know, it's actually quite it's a hard job being a seam bowler.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're never too far away from. Well, a lot of the senior bowlers used to call it the niggle worm. It would just migrate around your body. One day it would be your ankle, the next day it would be your back, then your neck, then your shoulder. And
What was yours then? What was your biggest, the one that kept coming back, if there was one?
Well, the bane of my existence was my left ankle. I had a chronic tendon problem. My tendon, my Achilles tendon, used to flare up, and physiotherapy's changed dramatically over the last sort of 10 years. I used to be able to go into our phys, ankles flared up, and they used to send me down to the Spire or the Nuffield, and I used to get my steroid painkilling injection in the ankle, and I'd be fine for about 4 months. I think towards the end of my career, I went in and the doctor brought him a record. Oh, you've had 12 injections in the ankle. We're not doing any more. So then I had to try and manage it with anti-inflammatories and stuff, which then make you feel poorly. And that was literally the Achilles heel.
Roelof van der Merwe into the attack for the first time tonight since the outside edge. He bowled brilliantly on Wednesday night in that defeat against Sussex. 1 for 30 off his 4 overs, and given the carnage going on around him, to just go at 7.5 and over,
especially a spinner. Yeah,
it was
brilliant on that kind of pitch.
The one spinner in the side tonight, Lewis Goldsworthy, missing out, with Craig Overton coming back into the side.
Big call that, really, isn't it? With the nature of T20, and like we discussed earlier, Max Waller's record here, and how dominant spin can be, or how useful it can be.
Was Max playing twos today? I didn't catch the interview. So did he play in the twos game today?
Yeah, he did play in the seconds. I think Max was always going to say that he went pretty well. So, but I believe he got a few wickets by the sounds of it. I think Casey Aldridge whacked it and got a couple of wickets too. So good to see that there's depth in the club. It's really important.
Sam North East picked up a single, moves on to 17. So just going along watchfully, but he's a dangerous player. Already made 63 on his debut, 65 against Surrey. Made 100 here against Somerset, 114 off just 58 balls. So we know if he stays there, he can really get going. Carlson, inside out drive, an interesting one. Skippered them to, I think Glamorgan are a club on the up, aren't they? I think Matthew Maynard, good job here, and I think his lasting legacy here actually was making Tom Abel skipper. People forget that he was the one that picked him up for that job, but he's the perfect man for Glamorgan, and they're a club on the up.
Sweat. Smeeds out there. Big job on to save that one. Won't quite make it. It's a good sweep. Picked a gap nicely.
Yeah, awkward customer is Carson. He's sort of. I think you've seen how awkward he is in those 2 balls. Step away, trying to target extra cover, and then he's gone 180 to the other side of the ground. The next ball, 2 identical balls. So he's a very awkward customer. Hits the ball in funny areas, and like I said, he has. You talk a lot about these 360 games, and he looks to exploit every part of the ground.
Just to cut that one, picks up a single. He got stuck last night. He kept trying to play this little dab sweep. It wasn't really a lap. He tried and dap Simon Harmer and got stuck.
We're going to cross now to Toby, who's in the ground. We're going to be throwing apples at people to win some cider.
Competition. Who will be the lucky winner tonight of a slab of Thatcher's Gold? We're about to find out. Here we go.
There we go. Congratulations to anyone who's caught an apple in the stand. A dozen cans of Thatcher's winging their way to you.
Slab of cider is what we've been told.
Got to be more than a dozen. It'd be more lab, sure.
That'd be
Manus
just a
call
4-pack.
it slab, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
A slab of Thatcher's on the way. Enjoy those, but don't drink them all at once.
Well, I wonder whether we might need some idea of the person who caught that one, actually.
No, great
Challenge
to see.
25.
I wonder how Toby's enjoying it at the county ground. Toby's normally seen striding up and down the touchlines at Ashton Gate. I wonder if the
never mind.
Wonder if the crowd is of a similar well nature or well behaved nature than the Ashton Gate faithful. Nice to see him here though at Somerset as Lewis Gregory comes in again to Sam North East. Stepping away, trying to give himself room. Straight through to Tom Banton. Let's be honest, Sam North East quite a turgid 17 so far. Has never really got going. Unless you bowl a bad ball to him, as I said earlier, you feel like you can contain him.
In this situation, Triggs, yes, you always want to take wickets, but if you see someone out there getting stuck a little bit, how much is the mindset? Well, let's try and keep him there a bit longer.
Drop a catch on purpose.
Yeah,
Really
not,
say it.
Not,
Do you know what I mean?
Not quite, but maybe not bowling at the stumps, trying to contain him a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I think there's a smart fielding group will be a bit tighter to Sam North East, and then they might back off to someone who's playing well, and you're trying to starve the occasional single, or
give him one at the end of the over.
Yeah, exactly right. Give him one, get him on strike. Exactly right. I mean, he's a quality player, no doubt about it. Sam North East is a fine player, but he's just not hit his straps tonight. And yeah, I think that's you always say, if someone's flying, you want to bowl as many balls as you can to the guy at the other end. So unfortunately tonight that seems to be Sam North East. But then Carlson hasn't really got going just yet as Lewis Gregory comes into bowl. A slower bounce to top edge out to deep square leg, but it lands safely in front of Josh Davey, and they scamper 2.
Are you thinking this pitch is playing any differently? So I'm just trying to think back to that Sussex game, and they were flying at this point. Hampshire, Glamorgan seemed to be finding it a little bit more difficult out there.
Yeah, I think I think there is a little bit of hold in the pitch, but I also think that the bowlers have learned. They've reacted to the pitch taking a bit of spin. There's been a high volume of slower balls for me tonight, and I just think there's a combination of a slightly deteriorating pitch, but I think credit to the Somerset bowlers. They've executed slow balls really well and bowled a good length.
It's much improved, isn't it, from the first 3 overs really, or maybe 4 overs. It's looking much tighter. Lewis Gregory bowling a nice line and just managing to follow Carlson a bit there. He backed away and Gregory just following him, making it hard, not giving him that width he's looking for.
I think the Somerset bowlers bowled the first few will be disappointed with how they went, to be perfectly honest, as
unlucky there.
Carlson goes for kind of a rampy, sweepy type thing, gloves it just wide of Tom Banton. It trickles down to the Trescothick stand end for 4. Getting in, getting out of overs, that's a lucky one for Glamorgan. So they move on to 68 for 2 off of their 9 overs. Yeah, without doubt, you'd have to say that whether it be a combination of the pitch and the way the bowlers are bowling, definitely seems a bit tougher.
Don't forget, you can tell us how you're watching. We'd love to know. You can use the hashtag StreamingStyle at Trade Nation, at Somerset CCC. You'll find us on Twitter. Let us know your setup. We'd love to see it tonight, wherever you're watching, in Somerset or in the UK or maybe further afield as well. On this Bank Holiday Friday, it's Van der Merwe in to do his second over. Just dot ball to start. It's a good start.
Sam North East just trying to use his feet to get down the track, do something a bit different, but got stuck. Van der Merwe saw him coming and just dragged it back a little bit.
Sweeping here.
Think about a second. Turns him down then. It was a good decision there from Sam North East. Never would have got 2 there.
The crowd enjoyed that as well. Keeping them just to that 1. As you say, it would have been a bit of a suicidal run if they tried it, but the crowd enjoying what they're seeing tonight. It is a bank holiday, long weekend. Pete, I hope you've got the bunting up now at home.
Weekend, is it?
Yeah, it's a big shot. Down the ground, that's going all the way.
Really good use of the feet there. I think there was a must-go moment here facing Rolf van der Merwe. He was tying the batters down, and I think that's a bit of a all-or-nothing shot there, but well executed, and he's popped him into the Trescothick stand for a maximum.
Don't let Trescothick hear you say that. This is the Trescothick Pavilion now, Pete.
Yeah, the stand is no more as Carlson steps away and swats him out to Will Smead.
Have you still got your broom cupboard? Did that survive? Just got it didn't come in and take it down.
Still there. I was going to ask if you kept a couple of nights.
Well, I'm trying to get a key for it because
you're not even allowed in
a cupboard. I can't even get.
You're not allowed into your own broom cupboard. Oh.
Well, I could have a little wardrobe in there.
Yeah,
but makeup, hair.
There's never a little wardrobe, is there, Pete? Let's be honest.
No, it's extensive. Olaf van der Merwe finds a Yorker length and potentially a missed stumping there. Maybe we can get a replay on that. Would have been a very, very tough one, but he's bowled that Yorker length. John Banton, unfortunately, couldn't whip those bails off in time. Really good piece of bowling there from Swerve. Back into bowl again to Sam Northeast, who really has not found any form this evening.
Not given.
Tom Banton confident that was a completed stumping. Be interesting to see on another. We could have a double replay of potential stumpings here.
Mark Newell wasn't interested at all, was he?
Nope.
Down straight away. No, get on with it, lads.
Not keen. Let's try.
So this was the last one of the over here.
Not a great angle for a stumping. No,
yeah,
I think that
fine.
he's got a deep sea diving submariner boot on there. That didn't budge for me. So again, I think, is it the worst thing? Sam Northeast is really struggling. I'm not sure what his strike rate is. I'll have a little look now. 19 off 23. That is certainly not
79
the strike rate you want.
Yeah, 79. Anything less than a runner ball is slow, and you really should be aiming minimum 130 really.
Yeah, you probably want. I think
that.
125 to 150. I think on a wicket. Let's be fair. It's had 3 games on it now, so it's starting to mark, and you'll get a bit of inconsistent bounce.
Green's back on now. Just a bit of a change. Is this big? Is it going to be caught? It's big. Oh, it's gone into the Ian Botham stand there. Crowd getting out of the way. Yeah, really.
Great shot that from Kieran Carson. He's definitely looking a lot squarer that I think when he went down for the slug sweep, but he's held his shape and swatted it over long on for 6.
Just
no mean feat.
A reminder: every 6 here, raising £50 for the fundraising effort to help Mondley, the North Petherton cricketer, who's currently in hospital. Oh, top edge here. And taken by Olaf van der Merwe, gets another catch in the game. That one a lot easier than his previous one, but you still got to take him, and Ben Green picks up a wicket.
If going to drop those, Olaf van der Merwe is in safe hands, safe hands, and that's brilliant for Somerset. Kieran Carson just looked like he was starting to get going there.
Ben Green going for a pace on hard length delivery, worked for him. I think there was a bit of a gamble on the previous ball. Ben Green is synonymous with bowling a lot of slower balls, and he's probably got. There's a little bit of red mist in that ball, just been hit for 6. But I love seeing that from a seam bowler. I reckon that had an extra little yard on it, and it's just surprised Kieran Carson, and he's top edged that. So Van der Merwe and Somerset taking their 3rd wicket. In comes a familiar face for the Somerset faithful, Eddie Byron. He's been injured for quite a while. He hasn't played much cricket, but he's back in the Glamorgan starting lineup.
Yeah, good to see him back at the county ground. There's one innings in particular of his that really stands out, where he came in, hit a 17-ball 50, I think it was. Someone who up until that point we'd sort of seen as a slower red ball player, someone who built an innings quite slowly. He came in and absolutely biffed it around.
Yeah, I can remember that. He came from nowhere, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a quality player, and Glamorgan, I know, were interested in him for a while. He's got a very, very flashy pair of shoes on there. I wouldn't have had Eddie Byron down as a colour match, funky shoe kind of guy, but fair play to him. He gets my tick in the boxes. Ben Green bowls a quick bouncer. Gets a duck ball for his troubles. Well bowled, Ben Green. These two would have spent a lot of time together out the back, sharing the club flats. Would have spent a lot of time together in the second 11, growing up together. So it'd be interesting. I'd love to be a fly on the pitch, listening to what they're chatting about.
Oh, nice little dab, just using the angle. He'll pick up for Willie. No, nicely saved. Oh, nearly nicely saved. He then chucked it behind him. Josh Davey.
Not the greatest bit of work down there from Josh Davey.
Nice little shot from Eddie Byron, getting off the mark though, just using the angle of his bat. But yeah, Davey will be a bit disappointed not to have cut that off.
See a bit of touch play there from Eddie Byron. Multiple ways of scoring a boundary in this game. He's just let that run off the face. Very smart piece of batting. Ben Green comes in again to get one back on him. And Riley Rousseau does the fielding there at square leg. Just a slower ball clipped off the hip into the vacant square leg area. Bringing the slightly out of touch Sam North East onto strike.
Yeah, just one ball left in this over. We'll have a bit of a change around in the commentary box after that as we get the wee cricket guys in to do a bit of commentary. They've been doing some videos. You might have seen them on Somerset's social media streams. Some of the players, I think Tom Abel did some. Smead and Banton as well have been involved. Ben Green, last ball of the 11th over. It's gone in the air. Now there's a player out there coming in. Taking the catch, Lewis Gregory! Another one goes. 2 in the over for Green.
You little beauty, Ben Green. 2 key wickets. Sam North East was at 6s and 7s tonight. He really couldn't get going, and that was kind of a bit of a panic shot, you'd say. He would have been very aware that his strike rate was nowhere near where it should have been, and that was a bit of a hit out or get out. And fortunately for the Somerset fans, the latter has happened. Sam North East is back to the pavilion. 19 off of 24 or 25 now deliveries. The Somerset bowlers have bowled beautifully at him, bringing to the crease the very dangerous Chris Cook.
Yeah, who can certainly hit the ball. But those 4 wickets now, Lloyd, Labuschagne or Labuschagne, Carlson, and now North East as well. That's a big chunk away of that batting lineup. So 9 overs to go. And if Somerset feel they can get 1 or 2 quickly from here as well, you feel like you really made those good inroads and slowing down that pace on the run scoring as well.
Yeah, I think the Somerset bowlers have really bowled, bar the first maybe 3 overs where I think Somerset bowled poorly. I think the last 8 overs have been absolutely on the money.
Yep.
As Munchin DeLange comes in to bowl his first ball of the evening.
Against his former club. Good ball.
Nice ball.
Hard to hit that, isn't it? No width, nothing on offer there really.
Looked like he got a little bit of a nick on that. I definitely think the pace has slightly gone out of the wicket.
Here's Marchand then. All his pace.
After this delivery from Munchin DeLange, Eddie Byron thick edge into point as we depart myself and Charlie, and the wee cricket fellas come in to take up. Hopefully I'll be back later on with plenty more Glamorgan wickets fallen.
Yeah, 87 for 4 now. Glamorgan, Dan and Kez are going to come in here, tell us all about what they're doing. They're looking resplendent in their Somerset Vitality Blast shirts. I can see Charlie looking on enviously because they've got this year's kit. They've got their names and numbers on the back as well. As Marchand DeLange to Eddie Byron, playing against his former county. Good to see him back out there. Started the season with a bit of a hip flexor injury, so hasn't played very much at all, but got runs in a second 11 game midweek, and they thought, right, okay, that's enough to get him back into the side. Right, Dan and Kez, how are you, gents?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. Great to have you here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on the live stream. Marchand DeLange bowling rockets at his fellow countryman Chris Cook. He just gets in behind it and pushes it to Lewis Gregory for no run. You've been out and about doing a bit of filming today, gents?
Yeah, we've been in and around the fans, which have been great. We've been on the square. We've been watching the guys kick a football around whilst it's been raining. It's been really good fun.
All sorts, yeah. DeLange then tucks it into the leg side. Chris Cook to get off the mark, a single. I was watching that video of yours, the last one, Will Smead and Tom Banton. They hit the ball quite a long way. Kez, I believe it was your leg spinners that were taking a bit of tap, weren't they?
They went the distance, I think it's fair to say. I think probably deservedly, but yeah, it was good fun.
Have you ever been hit 105 metres before?
Not calculated.
No.
Like, I'm sure a few of them have got close, but
I think the thing that really stands out is just the sheer effortlessness, if that's even a word, that goes into it. And it's, to think that you're bowling 40, 45 mile an hour.
Yeah, it's pretty slow.
And Tom Banton's walloping you 105 metres is crazy.
You can see it with Smeed. End of the over, 89 for 1, 89 for 4. You can see it with Smeed. He's just built like an Adonis. As we go down.
Out for the cricket simulator.
Coming into the attack from the
Craig Overton then back with Somerset, released from England duty and back into the attack. Chris Cook on strike. That one was close. Yeah, so Banton and Smeed, you can see with Smeed, he's built like an Adonis and he hits a long ball, but Banton's just so languid, isn't he? But the way he strikes a cricket ball, the sound it makes is unreal.
It's phenomenal. If you listen to Tom, I think Will Smeed looks the size he does because he goes for the extra small T-shirts. That's Tom Banton's
That
word.
was his summary of it, yeah.
So he might not actually be the Adonis that we...
well, no, I think that's discrediting. I think
Yeah.
he works hard in the gym.
Looks like Craig Overton got a foot on that. Keeps it to a couple. Yeah, Will Smeed definitely works very hard in the gym.
You think
He's a
so,
man.
yeah.
I'm not sure the Somerset County Cricket Club gym is big enough for Will Smeed. That lifts the gym
This
up.
ground definitely isn't either, I don't think.
No. Did he pick you up? I know you're a leg spinner, but off his legs, he plays this shot onto the leg side where he absolutely smashes it.
He wasn't able to because we were so far over to the left that we would have definitely been breaking windows, I think, on the flats. So it was straight or nothing.
But I mean, he did that pretty well.
Yeah, it went well. The tile
Yes.
on the top of that stand.
Don't know whether that got replaced or not.
I don't know.
I think the flats were probably safe, to be honest with you, Kez, because I reckon you probably would have cleared it.
That is also true. Yeah, that is also true.
Yeah, I remember when those flats first went up and then they built the stand right in front of it almost a year later. It was a little bit controversial. Here's Craig O. Cuts up Chris Cook a little bit. So is it the first time you've been down to watch a game? I know you've been down a couple of times before, but this is your first T20 Blast game here?
For me, yes. You came down ages and
As
ages
a kid,
ago,
yeah. Yeah, for a 4-day game.
Who was that against? Do you remember?
Who
would have been playing for Somerset back then?
Oh, Butler was playing.
Okay.
Not too long ago then?
Well, no, maybe not. Maybe not as long ago as I thought, but...
This is wonderful stuff from Craig Overton. He's just tucking Chris Cook up. Taking a bit of pace off the last couple of deliveries. Only gone for 2 off the over. You were down there a bit earlier on, gents. What's a pass score? Go on, you know more than me. What do you reckon? Glamorgan a bit behind where they want to be?
I think we heard Peter Trago say that it was about 180, so just copy him, yeah. We thought after the start, 30 for no loss after 3, so it was kind of looking slightly more than that. But Somerset have done really well to just pull them back a little bit, haven't they? Ben Green in the middle is quite difficult to get away.
Turned himself into a very valuable cricketer, Ben Green, in the last couple of years. Skippered the Royal London Cup side, and the over then, Glamorgan 92 for 4, 13 overs left, and has become a mainstay of this T20 side, as has Marchant Delang, who can go for runs. But have I seen a video of you two? Wasn't one of you facing 100 miles an hour, or didn't you both in the net? Is that right? This is Wii Cricket, right, that you guys
Yes,
run?
yeah.
We've done it a few times.
Yeah, none of it's enjoyable, is it?
No.
You can control a bowling machine. They don't necessarily have to bowl bouncers, whereas I think Marchant Delang has probably got that in his repertoire, which makes it even scarier.
Goes for a bouncer. Chance for a run out. Chris Cook tried to pull that one, didn't get everything on it. Went to Lewis Gregory on the bounce at mid-on. And as Lewis Gregory is just signalling with his arms, I think he was way wide of running him out there. Yeah, the reaction time, I mean, it's next to nothing against speed like that. When you were doing it, were you prejudging? Are you just basically playing the shots before they come?
I think it feels a bit like that, doesn't it? It definitely does. Especially when you know it's going to be full and not kind of halfway down, which obviously helps.
Well left. I think if you're almost premeditating blocking it at 99 miles an hour, aren't you? Yeah.
So even if you're like thinking that you're going to get in front of it, you've still got to move pretty quick.
It's the players that will kind of pull someone like Delanger off the front foot. You just think, how have you got time to do that? Shot from Eddie Byram. He's picked him up on the leg side. That's 6. Another 6. Another £50 for Mondley's fund, courtesy of Trade Nation. A lovely shot from Eddie Byram coming back to the ground he used to call home. Joined Glamorgan over the winter. Takes them up to 99 for 4, just starting to get going. They need a few more of those, I think, lads.
I think so, and a good cause for Mondley as well. So I think we can forgive Glamorgan if they wallop a few more sixes.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at. I want as many sixes as possible, as long as Somerset end up just getting a couple more and winning the game. But yeah, it's an amazing cause. Brilliant to have Trade Nation. Looks like potential. Bowlers always do that with the balls, don't they? When they've been hit out of the ground, hits a bit of concrete.
There's a fair bit of building work going down in that bottom corner as well, so I think there's a valid excuse there. I'm not sure it was the ball's fault as to why it went for 6 though.
Big smile on his face though, marching to Langer. He's one of those. He'll bowl 90 miles an hour at your head and then smile at you.
I think they'd be airlifting one of us to the nearest hospital, I think, if we were facing marching to Langer.
I don't want anything short.
No,
at that pace.
I don't want anything at all.
No, but I don't mind my stumps rocking back as long as I'm still kind of standing up straight.
You'd be batting at square leg, so you'd be safe.
The thing is, I'd probably get in line, and that's probably not going to be any good for me.
Yeah, I would definitely be of the old school number 11, sitting on. Oh, in the air, gone for the pull shot. Is it going to go over? Yes, it is. For a second, it's another 6, second of the over. Not in control of that at all, Chris Cook. For a second, who is it down there? I can't quite see, my eyes aren't good enough. I think it might be Ben Green. Looked like he was interested, took a step in. But yeah, Chris Cook was almost at the back away to square leg mindset there as well.
Has he got live come through to the stream, is he?
Ben Green down there. No, I don't think we're quite there yet. Short, pulled. You heard the shout from Kez. It was a good shot from Chris Cook. He was in control of that. Expensive over then from Marchant de Langer. 18 runs off it. A bit more like it from a Glamorgan perspective, gents.
Absolutely, they're going very nicely.
So much going on down here aside from the cricket. First of all, the view across the pitch is exceptional as well. We've got the beer keller tent, we've got live music once play finishes as well, and finally we have the Bat Fast Cricket Simulator sponsored by Trade Nation. So get down to the fan village and enjoy what's to offer.
From the
Josh Davey then back into the attack, just a 1 over so far. A relatively costly one by his standards, 16 he went for. I can't quite see. Is it going to be another 4? Yeah, it is. Pulled away. Looked like a slower ball, maybe out of the back of the hand from Josh Davey, and Eddie Byram, a former teammate who would have faced him a lot in the nets, just waiting for it and pulled it away past Lewis Gregory at short fine leg. Tell us a bit about Wii Cricket then, gents. That's what you do, isn't it? It's YouTube predominantly. Forgive me, I'm old.
So am I. Yeah, absolutely. YouTube is the main outlet. It's on Twitter and Instagram as well, but YouTube's kind of what we pride ourselves on. And it's all about making cricket come across as fun as possible, really. It's a sport that sometimes can take itself very seriously. And Kez and I want to showcase that for the bottom 98% of us that aren't very good, and showcase that you can still have a real good laugh at it. I mean, we've been so fortunate this year, haven't we, now that COVID's kind of going to get some of the opportunities that we've had, and it's been brilliant fun.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Cook then moves on to 15. He's facing Davey. One bounce, they'll pick up a single. So is that when it started in COVID? Was that how the idea was born?
So it was all running before that. 2019 went quite well for us. There was a World Cup over here that we did all right at, didn't we? So that we got a little bit of a boost.
I remember that one.
And then we had a couple of years of bubbles, and we weren't able to do maybe what we would hope to be able to do. We just went past 350,000 subscribers yesterday, which is quite incredible, which is a number that I don't think either of us would have guessed at when we started. But I remember, I think one of the funniest things to start with, filming kind of a video at a cricket net in Arundel, which is our local club, using a wheelie bin as a tripod and an iPhone 6, and the groundsman comes over to us with his hands on his hips and goes, "What are you doing with that bin over there?" Yeah.
What a beautiful place to start. Arundel's your local ground.
Not the posh one.
Ah, okay.
It's close though.
Yeah.
We're not far. For me,
Geographically,
it's a nice walk. Yeah.
A Tom Banton 6 off a Kez leg break, about that far.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it probably is actually. Yeah.
Byron waits. Obviously, bowlers are a little bit more committed if they're own bowling, don't you?
Well, I try and avoid bowling with every opportunity.
Do you? So
I
you're
might
a
be the
batter?
wrong. Well, I keep, so I stay out the way of all of it.
I'd like to say that I put the same amount of effort into other bowls. Whether I do, I'm not sure.
And so you'll link up with Somerset. That started this season. We've had a couple of videos already and one more in the pipeline at least, potentially.
Yeah, so we've been making one today. So behind the scenes of the T20 Blast, which will be really interesting, I think. It's always hard to know when we're running around filming, taking all the different shots to kind of know what it's going to look like. But I think it's going to be a really good piece, and it's going to be so interesting to see what goes into one of these games and what the lads get up to as well. And then, yeah, then there's talk of a few others down the line as well. So hopefully a bit of an England versus Australia type vibe with Peter Siddle and Matt Renshaw. So a bit of a rivalry, and I've got a feeling Australia might come out on top of that one.
Matt Renshaw is very competitive. He's a lovely
that's
lad.
good.
He's
That's
very
what we
good
want.
fun. He'll be good. He'll
Yeah.
be good for you. Then again, if you get Craig Overton involved on the England side, he's also quite competitive.
That's what we want. We want people to be up for it.
Absolutely. And these shirts are absolutely stunning, aren't
No,
they?
they're gorgeous.
They're all right, aren't they?
They're nice.
They look good on you. They look good on you.
Yeah.
Ben Green back into the attack. Change of ends for him then.
But yeah, Somerset County Sports sorted us out, and the new shirts with the names on the back as well. You're I don't know, can you see that far around? You can,
Yeah,
can't
you'll
you?
be able to see. Yeah, it's a good camera.
Showcase. That was like Sky Sports kind of turn around.
You're quite grateful that you changed your Twitter handle,
Yeah,
aren't you? Now?
I am now. Yeah, I'm not even going to mention what it was before.
Well, I will. So at Real Kez wasn't really the one that you wanted.
No one's. Funny enough, no one's taken that username.
Well, I only realised you could change them quite recently. Cause I'm not going to go into why I never used Twitter until the last couple of years. I basically used it to complain about things and to buy spare tickets. So I was at SammyD767, and every time people were reading it out on commentary or on the BBC, it was like, that's really embarrassing. You've got to change. No one can. And I get people saying, "Oh, no one can ever find me." So I've gone very boring and just had one name. It's probably efficient, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's
a
huge.
monster.
That is huge from Chris Cook. Down on one knee. I reckon, gents, that's the first one out the ground tonight, don't you?
That's 150 quid straight out of Trade Nation's pockets, I reckon.
I think so, but very much back.
Nearly hit the pavilion.
It's a
Just
big old
bounced.
hit. Go on, sorry, mate.
No, that's all right. Yeah, just bounced before the pavilion. Saw it crack off the concrete over there.
No doubt they'll be having a look at the ball on the way back.
Oh, yeah.
Umpire Graham Lloyd will be asked to take another look at that one. There he is.
Is it
Got
still
in
round?
hand. Yeah, it's fine, lads. Get on with it.
Get on with it, yeah. Bowl better.
You will get slog sweat for 6. Took a bit of pace off that, I think, Ben Green, but Chris Cook, such a dangerous player, was equal to it. Fuller, and he might get a wicket here, Ben Green. a wonderful bit of bowling, wouldn't you say, gents?
I think he set him up.
Yes, I think Chris Cook will walk off slowly. The head goes back. It was basically a full toss.
Yeah.
That Chris Cook just couldn't quite get hold of, and he's headed straight at Lewis Gregory at mid-off. And Somerset needed to break that partnership, really. They just started to get going. It was worth 37 off 27 balls. Dangerous Chris Cook has gone for 22 off 14.
It was just starting to build, wasn't it, with 5 overs to go. Just starting to look a little bit dangerous for Glamorgan, but they're 5 down now. And yeah, you kind of feel like Somerset, hopefully that's just swayed the momentum for Somerset here, and they can restrict Glamorgan down to a nice chaseable total tonight.
Here's Dan Douthwaite then to the crease, sporting 88. Good young cricketer, this lad. He's a product of the MCC Academy system, so he scored, I think he got first class 100 against Sussex for Cardiff. Following week played against Glamorgan, got 95, and they went, yeah, we like the look of you, we'll pick you up. And they're quite good at that. Glamorgan is known, I don't want to read his stats out because in the relatively early stages of his T20 career, I remember a couple of years ago, he took Pat Brown, I think it was a tightish game at New Road, hit 3 of the first 4 balls for 6, and that was it, game done. Thanks very much.
Wow.
Cheers for coming.
That's not a bad job interview, is it?
No.
Oh, hit him. That was close. You can tell. I think you can tell here Glamorgan are slightly kind of aware that they might be a little bit behind. I'm not sure they would have set off for that otherwise, would you?
Well, no, and Douthwaite, they were playing last night on Sky, and we weren't sure if he'd injured his calf or it was just cramp, because he was out there batting at the middle and basically could only hit 6s. He couldn't run. Him and Chris Cook had to finish it really quickly because Douthwaite was in the middle and could barely move. So an early test for his calf if it was indeed that. Single then for Eddie Byram. He'll have a bit of a point to prove. Coming back here, remember him bursting onto the scene on his debut, 54 off 19 balls against Surrey here. Got him. He was in the initial 100 draft. I think he didn't pick up a gig the second time around when it was rescheduled. No ball there. Crowd disappointed. I think Ben Green knew.
Overton's not happy either.
Overton rarely is.
I think that was closer than you think, you know.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Tall man, isn't he, as well, Douthwaite? You're right, because Josh Davey, I was just looking at Josh Davey at short third, and he was head in hands as well. Bowlers union, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got to look after each other, haven't you? Well bowled. That's such a good Yorker, isn't it? We were talking to Sonny Baker earlier today and just saying about how Ben's really developing into that kind of middle overs bowler and doing a really, really good job at it as well.
Yeah, England under 19. I think he was skipper, Ben Green, way back when. Played up really young, and he's just starting to flourish in his Somerset shirt this last couple of years, finding his role in the side. Right, who are we going to have here? Is it Marchant? It is indeed. A bit of pace back on. Eddie Byram's on 21. Dan Douthwaite's just got the one. I think the boys are going to run off because they've got the apple rolling contest to be involved in. That's exciting. We'll see them during the interval.
So Marchant de Lange from the river end towards Eddie Byram, who pulls. He's found a good gap there. Lovely square pull shot, and that is another 4 to the total. Byram looking pretty good here. He's moved on to 25, perhaps wanting to prove a little bit of a point here against the team which let him go. And he moves on the total to 132 for 5. Sam Dalling and Charlie Taylor here with you. Pete Trigo, I think, just popped down to get a coffee. So
he's a braver man than me. Caffeine at this time of night. Great to have Dan and Kez with us.
As he's trying to ramp the shot there, Byram, but nowhere near it, I don't think. Going straight through to the keeper.
See the frustration on his face there. He knows in that situation all he needs is a little glance. And it's 4, isn't
pace
it?
On, wasn't it, from de Lange? Yep, didn't need much. Douthwaite, who I remember watching him play for Cardiff University here not that long ago, so good to see him making the step up to county level. Clearing the front leg a bit there, Byram, again trying to smash it, not getting hold of it, and in the end, good work from Tom Lammonby, keeping them just to the 1.
Yeah, brilliant that from Tom Lammonby. It's a big expanse of green out there on what would have been Eddie Byram's leg side.
Some lovely colours in the sky over to our just in front of us and to the left, just getting a bit pinky, purpley as the sun begins to head towards setting behind these fairly thick clouds. Not expecting any more rain though. We did have a real downpour before the match, which delayed the start by half an hour, but no overs lost. If you are just joining us, we're getting a full game in tonight, but we are delayed as de Lange's in. Stepping away here, Douthwaite, and they'll come through for the single.
Yeah, Glamorgan, what have we got? 3.2 overs remaining, 134 for 5. They'll be feeling, not quite. Eddie Byram will want to bat to the end here. He's the set batter, 26 off 20. If he can double up, then they might have a competitive total, but at the moment they look under par.
Again, trying to angle the bat there, just stepping away, just trying to just get a little touch on it, take it over the keeper, but he's missed it. And de Lange following him a little bit there, I think, wasn't he, and doing well. Just have another look at that one. You see, just trying to use the pace again to flick it over Bantam, but he's tried that. Well, he's tried similar-ish shots twice to do that, to use the pace that de Lange offers. And so he's got on an edge there, and he's got it over Tom Banton, sprawling, trying to get hold of it. Couldn't get there. So actually, in the shot, he wasn't trying to take it over Banton, is the one that he has actually managed to do it. Trying to pull it, but yeah, just taking it. Again, it's that pace. You said it, Sam. Anything on it is going to be enough to take it past Banton. It's gone for 4. Let's head to the fan village now. We're going to see what's going on there. Toby is around the ground. Let's see what's going on.
Welcome to the fan village. Welcome to the county ground as well. What is your name?
I'm Will.
And Will, somebody tells me you're a fine bowler. Who do you play for?
I play for Ottery St Mary.
And have you got a special message for somebody tonight as well?
Yeah, I do. So my sister, she's 12 today, and her name's Maddie.
Happy birthday, Maddie.
Oh, that was nice. Good crowd in. They're enjoying what they're seeing. This long weekend. It's a bit of bunting, actually. We talked about the Jubilee. There's Union flags and bunting up on the flats over towards our left there.
Josh Davey back into the attack, then into the death here. 3 overs remaining. Glamorgan 138 for 5. Driven down the ground by Dan Douthwaite. It was a dangerous, destructive all-rounder. If he can bat these 3 overs with Eddie Byron. If you're looking, they can go at 10 and over, get up to 170.
Well, they'll be disappointed when they've been 11 overs since the power play, and they haven't added 100 runs yet, because they were, what, 49 for 1 right at the end of the power play, something similar, 50 for 1 maybe at the end of the power play. So they'll feel like perhaps they're really have been held to 1s and 2s a lot by Somerset. Been the odd boundary, of course, going in, a few 6s. But Somerset have bowled well. I think that's the difference from that power play to the post-power play overs.
Byron probably gets a wide there. Yeah, look, Josh Davey has a look back. I wonder if he thinks it just tickled a little bit of clothing on the way through. I'm not sure. Bowlers are never the best people to turn to for those kind of decisions. Umpire David Lloyd gives it as a wide. Byron just cleared the front leg out. We're trying to hit it over that short leg side boundary into the packed Somerset stand. Good number of people out on the retirement flats as well. Bit of flat watch, always good here. Fuller. He doesn't get it away. Well bowled, Josh Davey. He's become a really good operator at the death too.
Good ball that, isn't it? Wide Yorker. Pretty much bouncing on the crease line. Not really giving Byron many options to deal with it. And you see the really best players know what to do there. So Josh Butler would probably be able to flick it away for 4. Byron not able to do that. Not that time anyway. 140 for 5 the score. And got to keep watching it every ball as it creeps up towards the total. That's huge from Byron. Slog sweeping away from us over his shoulder, nearly to the top of the Somerset stand.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he changed, because that was what Byron was doing, trying to do the previous ball, and so Davey threw in the wide Yorker. So that's another 50 quid on from Trade Nation towards Mondley's recovery. But Davey knew he was going to try and do that, and he just, the ball before bowled that wide Yorker, which means Byron has to stretch, and just all we can do is jab his bat on. So to give him that, maybe it was a bit of pace off, hoping to deceive him and get him to float one up. Problem is, it's such a short boundary on that leg side. If you hit one, you're likely to get caught. Goes again, down the ground. Craig Overton is down there. Goes to him on the bounce, though, and they pick up a single. 147 for 5 now, Glamorgan.
Yeah, just looking at the strike rates here. Lloyd, for his 31, struck at 155. It was North East, chewed up 25 balls for just 19 runs. And then Carlson was around 190 for his 28. I mean, that's good stuff.
Could be out. Oh, it's a very good catch, but unfortunately he's fallen over the boundary.
Tom Abel was convinced he'd taken it then.
Tom Abel was still, he confused me. Tom Abel was still sprinting, even though Josh David stopped. It was a great bit of work in the deep by Will Smead. But you see, he's way over the boundary. Tom Abel continued his sprint to go and celebrate Will Smead. Good strike there from Dan Douthwaite. Loving the enthusiasm from Tom Abel. Another 50 quid as well from Trade Nation to the Mondley Fund.
Brings the 150 up, that 6.
Just have some room. Wow, quick wrist there from Dan Douthwaite. It's a hockey wrist almost. But it went straight to the skipper Abel, so ends with a dot ball. 153 for 5. There we go, women's test action here. Somerset International Ground at the Cooper Associates County Ground here. England women versus South Africa women. We're in June. Are we in June now? Yeah, we are in June. So not long. 27th of June. Heather Knight there. The Somerset and Western Storm hero.
Heather Knight has never played South Africa in a Test match.
Has she not?
Nope.
She was on your show very recently. Is
England,
that how you know?
last time England played South Africa in a women's Test match was 2003.
I mean, the lack of women's Test matches in the last 10-15 years has been remarkable.
Just beginning to see that change now, which is great.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Great for Heather to play a Test match on her home ground as well. She'll love playing
Loves
down
playing
here.
No, absolutely loves it.
I know she's brilliant as well with the supporters, always gets involved, loves to chat to the kids.
Green in and Byles, Eddie Byram, those two know each other so well, and it'll be Byram who has to depart. Green will love taking that. I'm sure there'll be a few texts between them later on. But Green, first ball of this 19th over, gets Eddie Byram for a well-made 37.
Yeah, you see the celebration there from Ben Green. Look at it, he really enjoys that. Has a little look for, now I'm not going to say because we're still friends, but that means a little bit extra. Both,
yep.
It means a lot in the context of this game, Charlie, because you're saying Eddie Byram, 37 of 26, strike rate of 142. Somerset fans know all too well how destructive he can be. And now someone's either got to come in and basically go from the off, which is difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. And we've seen now, in hindsight, that Sam North East innings almost took up two balls. If you're going to start like that, you have to go on and make 80 or 90, really. Otherwise, you've just, what's that, 4.1 overs?
Yeah, 4 overs in a ball. I mean, that's a long time to only make 19 runs, isn't it, in the context of a game? And it's a bit unfair when you look at an innings like that and you say that, 25 balls is 4 overs in a ball, because it's not consecutive and you've got to build an innings, so it's a bit different. But when you only make 19 runs off 25, I mean, he's not the only one to blame if this score isn't big, but it's part of it, for sure.
James Whale is the new batter then. Down at Glamorgan now, has had spells at Durham and Leicestershire before.
Oh! 2 in a row! Ben Green has ripped a stump out of the ground, 2 clean bowled, back to back. We're going to see a hat-trick ball for Ben Green here, who must have been in the thoughts of the selectors of being dropped tonight for Craig Overton, but he's here, he's playing, he's taken 2 in 2 at a crucial moment for Somerset.
Well, talks about James Whale, been and gone. But how many times have we seen that? Because there were at least 2 occasions on Wednesday night where Obed McCoy, Tamar Mills were both on hat-tricks. Was Marching to
Yes, he
on
was.
a hat-trick?
Had one on the last ball and the first ball.
And I think there might have been another one in the Somerset, in the Sussex innings.
Pete Trigo's rejoining us, by the way. Pete, good moment to come back.
Good on you, Ben Green. Awesome. He's doing a great job. He's picked up some valuable wickets tonight. Great to see. What are his bowling figures? 4 for 26, is that right?
5 for
26.
That's a
5 for 26. A T20 5-fer for Ben Green. Congratulations, Greener.
Wow, that
absolutely top draw.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Ben Green, I'm going to say a first T20 5-fer. I haven't looked it up. I'm going to say it's almost certainly his first T20 5-fer. Wow, and he's got a hat-trick ball. Crowd knows it. In he comes. Oh, and it's defended, pushed out pretty well actually towards extra cover, and it's a single. Big applause for Ben Green.
First professional 5-fer in the first team, I would imagine.
Yep, will be, won't it?
Only the 7th man to have a T25 for Somerset. One man's got 6. One man's got 6. Errol
Sapaya.
Well, record rolling for so long.
6 for 4, no longer because of the 7 for that Ackerman, was it?
Colin Ackerman, part-time spinner, came on and took
7 wickets. Insane this game, isn't it? T20s. Who knows what's going to happen next? Douthwaite facing and swiping it towards long on. 154 for 7. Wow, that's changed so much in the last over and a half. Wickets tumbling. Nowhere near enough, really, you'd say at the moment. They need a big last, what, they got 8 balls. Glamorgan to post something that will worry Somerset. Not to say that it's indefensible, that total. Dug out. A dot ball. Nice work, nicely done.
Yeah, they can get to 170 from here. Big ass 15 off 7 balls, but if they can get there, it maybe makes them semi-competitive. Until both sides have been out there and batted, you don't quite know. We've seen the effect of pace off. Michael Nisa, Michael Hogan, very clever bowlers.
Very good over, Ben Green. 2 wickets from the first 2 balls, and the crowd love it. Brilliant stuff to see. Someone who's come up through the Somerset ranks, taking a first professional 5-fer. Congratulations, Ben Green.
Yeah, superb performance from Ben Green, using his smarts, a number of slower balls to get his first few wickets, and then 2 beauty Yorkers, in particular that last one. Even though he probably loosened the stump on the one before, but he smashed it out at ground for his fifer. That'll be a photo to pop up on the wall at home. Fair play. Well done, Ben Green.
1 over to go then.
Josh Davey to finish us off, as he has done so far this season. Some room from Lisa, who smashes it hard, but straight at Rudolf van der Merwe, and they come through for a single. It's interesting, someone like Nisa, Australia international, played in the Ashes, but because of the fact he's actually been in that Australia setup without playing for so long, he's only played 7 T20 games in about 3 years.
Really?
So while you'd think he's coming in as an overseas superstar, he's actually still learning this format, still getting used to it. Did have an IPL gig way back when, I think he played a game for RCB, but spent so much time on the cusp of that Australia squad. Doothwaite goes down the ground. Craig Overton with those huge paws of his. They think about a second, but there was absolutely no chance there. Doothwaite smashes his pads in frustration. He didn't get that one away. Nisa was thinking about it. Doothwaite said, no chance, mate. And I don't think Nisa would have been halfway down by the time that throw came in from Craig Overton.
Interesting call here from Abe's to go with JD, I think, for the final over. He's taken a bit of damage in his first 3, but as we saw, the last over didn't go so well the other night. Hopefully JD can close out this innings.
It's in the air. He's going to have to scramble in, and he's going to fall safe.
Did well to
Will
stop it from going up past him.
Yeah, it's that spin. Well, particularly with Craig Overton still having an over remaining as well.
Yeah, Craig Overton going at 5.5 and over, and JD going at 12 and over. Pretty big call. Maybe Craig is feeling a little bit of the effects of trying to push his way into that first Test match.
Big call, but so far there's only been 4 off the first 3 balls. Davey to Nisa. Make that 4 off the first, 5 off the first 4.
Well ball, JD, right in the
Sure
block hole there. You can't get under those.
Yeah, good stuff this, Josh Davey coming back into it. After a pretty horrible start up in the power play, was giving them lots of width, lots of boundary balls. Not yet this over.
He's had a real mixed time of it so far. He's gone for 43 runs so far. His second over only went for 7. This over has only gone for 5, which I am sure of now, Charlie. Outside off stump. Going to be 11-6. Doothwaite was reaching, gets a bit of a fist pump from Michael Nisa as well, just having to pick up the energy. Glamorgan move on to 167 for 7. He'd given himself some room, was really reaching, but short boundary. But that's just the power of these players now, doesn't he? He just swang through it with that Gray Nichols bat of his. Moves on to 17 now, Dan Doothwaite off 10 balls, so a little bit of a late flourish.
Short ball slower. 6, I think. Yep, giving us a 6. Great way to finish for Glamorgan. Couple of 6s, so expensive from Josh Davey. It turned out in the end. See that last ball again. Waited nicely actually for it, and the tail's done well for Glamorgan there. 173 for 7, so Somerset will be chasing 174. Your thoughts on that, Triggs?
Yeah, a disappointing end. I've got a bit. I hope there's a reason, from the supporters' point of view, why Craig Overton didn't bowl that last over, because Josh Davey has gone for 55 runs, and he isn't really what you call a death bowler. So. Big surprise there. A couple of notables there that haven't bowled their quota. Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton. I can't imagine both of them are injured. It seems a bit crazy that they haven't bowled out, and JD was, like I said, going at 12 and over at the time that he came on, and that's only got worse. So yeah, interesting call there, and it's cost the team a good 10 runs. Hopefully that won't be vital. I don't think that's I would say that's probably 15 runs below par. But that last over will certainly give them a competitive total.
That's what we said as well in the Sussex game. Expensive last over. Switched momentum a little bit. And I know, as you're saying, they're below par. Obviously scored a lot less than Sussex did. But it's psychologically perhaps given Glamorgan that edge that they might need as they come into to bowl and field in the second innings.
yeah, definitely a bit of a boost. And a boost for Dan Douthwaite, who's going to come out and bowl, and actually hitting 2 sixes off the last 2 balls. Gets you up for it a bit, doesn't do your confidence any harm at all. So yeah, a bit of a shame just to concede that momentum from a Somerset perspective. But they'll go in and, well, put that last over aside. We've done pretty well up there. If you'd have given them that at the start, I think they'd have taken it.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, 173 the total for 7. So 174, the Somerset will be chasing, so they'll feel like they've got a good chance of doing that. You can see the card there. Look at all those. We'll see the bowling in a moment. You can see all the ones that Ben Green picked up tonight. Great effort from him. And in the end, top scorer was Byram. It was 37 he got. So well played to former Somerset player Eddie Byram, who picked up 37 runs from 26 balls. Looked pretty good. 4 fours and 2 sixes in there as well.
Yeah, and they were all important wickets. You see Carlson, Byram, Cook, very dangerous T20 players, and they were just getting going when Ben Green came in, and a fifer in a T20 match for him, 5 for 29 of 4 overs, so that economy rate is pretty good too. And as you said, he's a man who might have turned up at the ground when he saw that squad announcement of Craig Overton coming back. Him and Lewis Goldsworthy both have been thinking, well, Craig's definitely going to play, might be one of us. It will definitely stay as Ben next time after that fifer.
Yeah, and you can see as well what Pete was mentioning there, the fact that Craig Overton had an over left and Lewis Gregory had 2 overs left. So a decision that Tom Abel made to play Josh Davey, who had been more expensive earlier on. Not sure if it paid off, those runs coming pretty thick and fast in that last over. A few things going on here. We're going to be taking a look at the apple roll as it happens. Actually, it's Dan and Kez who were up here a little while ago. They're taking part in it later on. We'll also do the How's That Trade Nation competition as well. Pete Trigo back alongside me, ready to. Do you fancy a go yourself on the apple roll?
Absolutely not. But it's almost like the mascot race at finals days. You know, is there going to be a case where people are coming in just to actually play this apple race, as we see Toby Osborne down there running the show?
And then on the far side as well, we've got Tim and Justin. The rules of the game: each of the competitors has to bat a ball into the stands, then run the apple roll to the end and back before the second member of the team takes over. So here we go. Everybody in position, please. And on my count, we will get proceedings underway. 3, 2, 1. How about that for a start? Kez on the near side, and it's Tim nearest the stand. Tim has taken a nice early lead here. Strong technique. Kez looking very relaxed as it stands, but they both have made the turn. Kez not too far behind, but Tim most definitely winning the race so far. It's over to Justin, connects well as well, and off goes Justin now. Good connection from Dan. Dan has some time to make up here. He's going a bit wayward, needs to keep it on the pitch. Justin hits the turn, bit of a slip, he's off again. Justin though still in the lead. Dan has to make up some time now. Will he get there in time? Justin still with the lead, just hopping over the obstacle, and Justin will take the win. Congratulations to Tim and Justin. Chaps, if I can bring you over here real quick. Come on in. Dan and Kez.
Hello Charlie, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Looking forward to this.
Snap back in.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
So
yeah, looking forward to this.
Those of you that aren't aware, I have a little competition going during the interval. We've got a few names of the wheels back as well, the really colourful wheel behind me. We've had a few people enter.
Oh, sorry, Sam. We're used to you for a second.
That's all right. It's okay. We've got a microphone twitched up. There we go. A little bit of technology fair. Right, welcome back. How's that Trade Nation time for you, everybody? Sam Dowling here. I've got Charlie from Trade Nation next to me. I've got the big colourful wheel that is back.
It's back.
We've got some names scrawled on there.
Yes.
In a second, Charlie's going to give it a little spin for us.
So thank you for everyone for entering.
Yeah, we're going to give, so wherever the wheel lands, we're going to give them a ring. They've got to answer. What have they got to say?
Got to say, how's that Trade Nation?
And what are they winning tonight, Charlie? We've had some wonderful prizes so far. What's on offer this evening?
Tonight is a £300 voucher for Grey Nichols. So,
lovely.
Which is, obviously a great brand and a possible new bat or some other equipment. So, it's a great price.
Okay, a little bit of cricket gear on offer then. Right, the wheel is there, Charlie.
Yes.
Now, we had a few misfunctions last year. It's all about spinning it hard, isn't it? We want to make that wheel have a proper spin. I do. I remember things. An elephant never forgets. Go on, Charlie. Give it a spin. And we've got other Charlie at the back. Charlie, it's Oliver. It's landed on. So we've got other Charlie at the back. He's going to give Oliver a ring. And now remember, Oliver has to say, how's that Trade Nation? Oliver has to say, how's that Trade Nation? Right. We're calling Oliver now. Oliver, well done. Congratulations.
Well done.
Are you listening to us? Are you watching?
Yeah, I'm at the ground at the moment. I'm just by a speaker.
I was going to say, I can hear some serious music going on behind you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. £300 of Grey Nichols vouchers on their way to you. What do you fancy with those?
Oh, that's sick. Thank you.
We're going to get new bat for yourself?
Yeah, got to be. I've just come back from uni, so new season starts tomorrow, so I'm going to have to get a new bat for myself.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful to hear. Well, congratulations, Oliver. That prize is on its way to you, courtesy of Trade Nation. What do you reckon here, Oliver? Glamorgan a little bit light. Somerset going to go on and win?
Yeah, I think it's 190 par. I reckon they're about 15 short, Glamorgan.
15.
Somerset winner.
Okay, who's scoring the runs for Somerset?
I'm going to go. Tom Banton is going to have a comeback and get to 50 tonight.
Wonderful. Well, I would love to see that happen, Oliver. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well done, Oliver. Take care.
Bye. Wow, how about that, Oliver, the winner? Perfect timing. Just come back from university, Charlie.
Absolutely.
Now, students can be. It's going to be a difficult time. Those fees are high.
Absolutely, yeah. Please treat himself to a new bat.
Oh,
good quality Grey Nichols bat. I think there's a few Grey Nichols bats out there today, I'm sure.
Yes, I saw there was definitely a few out there in the first innings.
Sure they're not paying for themselves there.
Well, yeah, some of these players, the bats they use, wow, you look at them, they're huge,
Absolutely.
Bigs of Willow. Now, two guys with the bat are out in the middle for Somerset. Will Smeed and Tom Banton are going to open up. No surprises there, Charlie. They've done so well so far this season.
Absolutely, yeah. Really, we came to a bit of a sponsor lunch recently. I sat with Will and such a nice lad. Really come on as a player as well. So, looking forward to seeing him in action.
Yeah, can't wait. And we're going to see Michael Hogan open the bowling from the River End. Been such a brilliant servant to Glamorgan, Michael Hogan. This will be his final year in professional cricket. Well over 700 wickets to his name. Not bad for a man who didn't play professional cricket until he was 29. Hadn't played T20 cricket for a couple of years, had been out of the side. Idea was he was just going to wind down a little bit and play red ball cricket, but here he is opening the bowling and he's got to slip in to Will Smeed, who pushes it defensively to Sam Northeast. Charlie Taylor's back. Hello, Charlie. Thanks for your assistance. We got there in the end. With
it was all good, yeah. He said the right thing, and he's got himself some vouchers. So, yeah, very nice stuff. Very nice. There's a lot of company in there for Will Smeed, isn't there? It's quite a close field. Got a slip in place.
It's the complete opposite to what
absolutely
Johan Myberg was saying Somerset did, which the first over Somerset had just basically a defensive field to Tom Lammonby, but Michael Hogan looking to pick up wickets.
Oh, no, there's a risk here. Is that going to be taken? Ooh, I tell you what, he wasn't far away, but it is the first six for Somerset and only the second ball that they face. So good stuff from Smeed, just about judging his the length of his shot needed. Got it up quite a lot, didn't he? And I thought that the fielder might have been in play. But no, good start from Somerset, getting that first six in the first over. Well, 50 quid, of course, to the Mondley's the fundraiser for him. He's still in hospital, making good progress, but another 50 quid to the total that Trade Nation will be donating. Oh, edgy, inside edge.
chance of a run out as well. Smead didn't know where that had gone. Banton is so nonchalant. No surprises there. That is Will Smead's shot, isn't it? Right. He's hit 32 sixes for Somerset, Charlie. Guess how many of them have been in that direction?
Oh, I love how much detail this is going into. I'm going to say an awful lot. Should I say a percentage?
You can go for a number. No, say a number because I can't.
You haven't got percentage, have you? How many did you hit? 32?
32 sixes.
Ooh, I was going to say 24. That would have been an easy percentage, actually. Oh, he's just played round the corner. Bit of a glancing shot. And all the way from Banton. You can hear the crowds cheering, waving their 4 flags as well.
The answer is 30. 30
wow.
of his 32 sixes.
No way.
Up. Pietrego was talking about it, how he opens himself up waiting for that short ball on the leg side. But 30 out of 32 sixes Will Smead has hit, been on the leg side.
Slogger. No, he's a hell of a striker. Well, yeah, you can tell, like from my perspective, it looks like his right leg's loaded, so he's waiting for the shorter ball. He's sweating on length.
I reckon that's about 94%.
It's not far off.
Maths in my head there. 93, 94, something like that. It's good stuff, though. I mean, you'd have a man out there, wouldn't you, for Will Smead? Misjudging it slightly.
Same with Banton, though. They're both very similar, very leg-sided players. Banton's hit 39 and only 4 of them have been on the offside.
Really?
So if you're bowling, you want to be the guy bowling from the microscopic pavilion end with this longer boundary.
It's been a stuttering start from Banton in this T20 campaign. Has a few nice shots and has got out. Hasn't had anything beyond, what, about 25-ish, no more than that I can think of in any of the 4 games so far, obviously including this one, so that's a bit unfair, but still there's a bit of a appeal, wasn't there, for caught behind?
Yeah, I had that 34 against the Sri Lankan development 11, but you're absolutely right. 22 against Hampshire, everything else has been single figures, and as you were watching that game, he just started to look like he was getting going.
Yeah, it looked to me like he just got into the T20s because he'd been playing in the championship squad, and that needs, a completely different mentality. It just looked to me like he got going, but plenty of time, no pressure on the side. Somerset won 3 out of their 4. So they've got plenty of time. He's not in, the team's not relying on him to score all their runs. This one just tucked around the corner by Smead. And they add on a single to the total on this first over.
Michael Nisa then, fresh off career best bowling figures last night, 3 for 13.
Low scoring game, good one for bowlers.
But he bowled a lot of pace off, and he was saying the pitch is just a little bit too paced. So I wonder if we'll see, he'll have been out there, had a little bit of a bat, but mainly was watching on. I wonder if we'll see a few slower balls, off cutters from Michael Nisa, such an experienced cricketer, not playing an awful lot of T20 relative to his age.
No, Smead, get down the other end. If he hits, he's gone. Oh, he's close. That was close. Smead is lucky to survive. I don't think there was really a run on there.
And I don't know, it can't be too noisy out there, because that's the second time in the opening 2 overs there's been a bit of a miscommunication.
There's no run there, is there? It just can't. Banton wasn't sure it went, so he's on the back foot. You've got to say, well, Smead was desperate for it. Wants the strike. There's definitely a run there. Lucky boy, though, getting back in. Throw just missing by not very much.
Yeah, he's miles out, isn't he?
Miles out.
It's a big chance.
He was 3/4 of the way up the pitch.
Sam Northey, is it Kieran Carson, I think, swooping there?
Yeah.
Very good fielder, Glamorgan one day captain.
2 very different tactics from my perspective for the start of this innings. Somerset looking to get through a power play. Glamorgan using their biggest, nastiest, fastest strike bowlers with attacking fields to try and break through. Nessa wrapped Smead on the pads. I'd imagine he probably got an inside edge on that one, otherwise it was pretty close. Graham Lloyd intimating that it was going down. Interesting. That looked quite close.
Let's have another look.
Maybe he's still labouring on that sore shin.
Maybe he's just sort of rubbing his shin a bit. Didn't look like it was going. Didn't look like it was going down.
It hit his back leg to maybe height. He's not a tall man.
No, Smead's not very tall. Still there though. This one trying to flick it on the leg side. Doesn't get hold of it off a pad, I think. Let's see what the umpire says. Looks like he's warming up for a leg bye.
It's a very brave line to bowl to Will Smeed. But as I said, yeah, it looks like the Glamorgan bowlers or fielders, the team, feel like they're slightly under par and are going hell for leather here to try and get a breakthrough. The only thing that's going to win Glamorgan this tie is to probably take early wickets and bowl Somerset out. So that looks like what they're going for. Very aggressive fielders and very aggressive length being bowled by these two seam bowlers. In particular, Michael Hogan. You know, he's not a young man anymore, but he's just a quality performer.
Going to go down to Toby now, I think, in the fan village. Who's he got with him, Toby?
We'll be well away, I think.
Fantastic. And Matt, what's your plans after the game?
Plans after the game? I think we'll have a couple more beverages. Everyone at Metal Tech, have a cheer. And Yasmin and Shannon, have a good night.
You heard it here first, and there's an hour of entertainment after the game, so make sure you stick around for all of that.
Oh, great idea. Beverages in the fan village after the game. Open for an hour afterwards, I believe.
Sam's
Charlie,
getting around him. Looking forward to it.
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. Last one at the bar. Hogan again, continuing to Smeed, who just chops that one, picks up a single. It's been a familiar tale for Glamorgan so far this season. Nisa Hogan. 3 times Hogan's picked up a wicket in this third over.
Yeah, Hogan has a knack. He's a great bowler, very tall. Bowls with the slightly past the perpendicular arm, angles it in to the right-hander, but has a habit of just being able to get it to hold its line, almost look like it nips away from you. Real tricky customer. You feel like it should come into you, but he has that ability just to hold one up and find the outside edge. Really, I always found him quite hard to face, to be fair. Yeah, good competitor as well.
5 for earlier in the season at Surrey, 5 for 18 for him. Quite rare saying. Hadn't played for 2 years. Comes back, 3 for 26, 5 for 18, 1 for 35, 3 for 21. Makes the selectors look a little bit silly. I think it was a joint decision based on fitness and age, but hey.
One gone straight through, Will Smeed. They celebrate, they want the edge.
Flip the pad, you can see it from up here. Bowler wasn't interested at all.
Get another look at it. Yeah, the Somerset fans, what they think of the appeal. Yeah, it's gone on the pad, isn't it? It's a really lovely sky over the Quantox tonight. Some lovely colours just underneath this thick cloud.
It's quite dramatic.
Yeah, it's really dramatic. Could be from a film.
I was just thinking that. Lord of the Rings style setting.
Getting hold of it again here, Smeed. Trying the big shots, but only picking up a single that time. 17 without loss, Somerset in this third over.
Bit of a Tatooine sky over there. I've been watching the new Obi-Wan Kenobi.
There it is, look at that.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi series is out at the moment.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's awesome. Anything to do with Star Wars, absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, there's a bit of a Tatooine vibe going on. But honestly, we are here in Taunton.
Angling the bat here, Banton.
You resemble Obi-Wan a little bit at the moment, Triggs.
Really? I'll tell you. Well,
so Alec Guinness Obi-Wan, are we talking?
I actually identify as a Jedi. That's absolutely great.
Bit of Mandalorian as well. We found that one.
How
good was that?
Anything to do with Star Wars has got the Trigo ticking the box.
Yeah,
absolutely love it. I'm going to be going for a role as an extra in the next one. Will Smeed having a massive swipe to that leg side. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect because that would still
Jabba the Hutt extra.
Potentially, a Jabba would be absolutely fine. Maybe Chewie. Chewie.
You'd smash that. It's just a height problem, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Okay. There's always yellow pages. Or,
a couple of yellow pages under each boot.
That's what's going to be hanging in that Peter Trigo broom.
Yeah, just all his
Star Wars uniforms.
That comment will come back to haunt you, Charlie.
I was saying
I saw his face. When
did I glaze?
There was a glaze. There was. Oh no, I'm on air still.
Did you not see me force strangling them?
James Whale into the attack, replacing Michael Nisa at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end.
He's getting hold of this one. Tom Banton finds the boundary. Big gap if he can find that area, just back as a square leg. 4 all the way.
Latched onto that really well. You can't bowl short to Tom Banton. Bit of a loosener there by the new bowler to the crease, and Tom Banton straight onto that. Is this the start of the innings we all want to see for Tom Banton?
Yeah, we know he's got it. It's in his locker.
Pushed out to Kieran Carlson, who does the fielding. Just got to stay patient, these two. You can see Smeed in that previous over, just getting a little bit frustrated. His shots weren't coming off. He was eyeing up that shorter boundary. But actually, what's important is that they just stay there. Even if they've only got 45-50 off the power play, that's still sets Somerset up.
Great chunk out of the total if you're up that by the end of the power play. Rising on Banton a bit there, wasn't it? Just using it, getting over it and angling the bat.
It was interesting. I was speaking to the lads earlier. They said that they felt the balls this year have slightly prouder seams, and you know, a lot of bowlers go to cross seam deliveries this period of the game, and it certainly looks like that it's just sort of taking in the wicket and just getting a bit of steep bounce. Seen a few times the batter's been hit a bit higher than they were expecting.
Just got Riley Rousseau there, going through the motions, mentally preparing himself. Perhaps he's in the Jedi mindset of Peter Trigo. Perhaps they're communicating. Oh, that's massive from Will Smeed. We talked about him needing patience. Well, James Whale has bowled one short. Smeed just rocked onto the back foot and hit it into the family stand, where I believe it was caught, Charlie. Lovely looking catch there.
He's just gone up to 94.7% leg side boundaries. That was an absolute man after my own heart. Eyeing up cow corner. What a man. Great shot, Will Smeed. He done half strike a ball.
Another £50 for the monthly recovery fund as well, courtesy of Trade Nation. It's racking up now.
Oh, straight back. No need to after a 6. The ball looks tricky to hit. That wasn't in his right area there, was it, for the slog over cow corner?
That's why he doesn't need to get frustrated, Will Smeed. 16, strike rate's above 130, and he's not even really properly got going. He's hit 2 6s, but we will know what Will Smeed is capable of.
That'll be a worry for Glamorgan. Will Smeed can stay in throughout the power play and beyond. Oh dear. Trying to get a throw in quickly at the stumps, but
very good cricket from those two. Good communication. In fact, it looked like there was no call and they just went. Brilliant body language reading from the two of them out there. Would have played a lot of cricket together. Excellent when you can run between the wickets like that. Yes, there are going to be the odd yes, no, and hopefully not sorries. But they certainly look to be on the same wavelength there, as we have a change of bowler at the River End. Is that Michael Nessa coming back on to bowl? Real strong Australian bowls a hard length into that pitch, looking to extract a bit of nip from the surface. But I know where Will Smeed's looking.
Look out if you're in the Somerset stand.
Get your tin hats on in the Pegasus building. It's a dangerous place to be in those retirement homes.
Making sure he keeps it on the offside there. That's it. There they are. So what have we got there? There's sombreros in the crowd. I think pretty sure those moustaches are fake as well. Not like Ben Green's.
I was going to say, after that fifer, he's going to have a whole stand of fake moustache wearers imitating his look, the old the mullet moustache vibe.
Oh, he's found a gap. Lovely shot. He's looking in that same area, but this one's along the ground, Will Smeed.
It's one of the shots that, even though you know Will Smeed, I'm sure they know the stats that he's 97.4% going to hack you to the leg side. There's not really a lot you can do about it. If he's got a good eye and you bowl anything other than a really good delivery, it's destined to go there. I mean, he's got such a good eye. It's really hard to defend against someone who can hit a straight ball like that. And he's gone again into the wicket. Will Smeed again is camped on that back foot and he's waiting for it. He's dispatched that 15 rows back into the Somerset stand.
Dropped in the crowd.
Moustaches everywhere. 4s and 6s signs. Oh, it's a great atmosphere here at Taunton. Will Smeed, Tom Banton absolutely ticking here.
Whoever was handing out those signs did a great job tonight. I think everyone's got one. They're all waving them at the same time. It looks absolutely great.
Well, they're probably using them as umbrellas earlier on.
Yeah, that's true. Again, Paul.
That's a very dangerous delivery. That's a ball to Will Smeed, who's just dispatched him for 2 boundaries. He's got away with that. Now to deep square leg. Will Smeed certainly got the taste for it tonight. Tom Banton is going nicely, but he'll be looking for some boundaries himself.
Yeah, a couple of 4s already in Banton's innings. He found the gap. No, didn't get hold of it. Looking in that same area though.
Look how far he was down the crease there as well. He found himself 4 or 5 steps down. I don't know, maybe that's a sign of play. He feels in decent nick. He's confident enough to do that.
He's hitting it, he's getting bat on ball. Just not quite the timing that we're used to with Banton yet.
Just looks like his extension through the ball isn't as long with his top hand that I've seen in the past. It looks a little bit short, maybe like he's trying to play a bit more leg side. It's interesting to see. Maybe that's, you know, when you're not quite on form, you're a little bit protective of letting the bat flow as smoothly as he normally does. Be interesting to see if that sort of top hand extension, if he can grow into this innings, will improve. Such a clean striker of the ball. It just looks like he's a little bit protective of his shots at the moment, and rightly so. He's still just trying to find his feet in this innings, but a full flow Banton is something that we love seeing here at Taunton.
Dan Douthwaite into the attack for the first time tonight. Bit of confidence, hitting the last 2 balls of the Glamorgan innings for 6. Not picked up a wicket yet in the blast so far. No, that's a lot. Oh, I've got my stats the wrong way round. No, ignore me. He is bowling though. I'm looking at Michael Neese's numbers. Picked up 2 for 25 last night, including Daniel Sams and Harmer in consecutive balls. So there's another man on a hat-trick. There's a lot of bowlers on a hat-trick in T20.
Well, they weren't his last 2 balls, were they? Because this could be a cross-game hat-trick otherwise.
And that's not.
Ooh, good stop.
Space there, Smeed, but smeared. Kieran Carlson.
Will Smeared.
Once it gets into the psyche, this Smeed smeared.
Smeared.
Do you know what I mean? I had to go to like a seance last night to try and get the word, exercised out of my mind. I'm refusing to say
smeared
that word. It was a great shot. What's he doing looking offside?
He's got 3%. Yeah. Goes leg side there. That's the Will Smeed we know and love. Chipped up. Going to be safe. Didn't get hold of that.
Or Tom Banton.
Or Tom Banton, yep. It might well be Tom Banton, which is why it's not Will Smeed. I'll be quiet. I'm not done well this over.
Great shot. Well. Nicely played with the straight back. He got out in a similar fashion in the last game, playing that one 2 square, but he got that in front of square. Looks like he's really hunting a score here, Tom Banton. He's got a bit of time tonight. It's not a massive total. In fairness, the game before, he's got hold of that one there. There's no point in running. That is out of here, over the square leg boundary for 6. Tom looks up, has a big sigh. You can tell that's a little bit of pressure off of him. The last game chasing 216 though, he had to go big. This game they've got a little bit more time as they bring up their 50 partnership in rapid time.
Might be a good thing for Tom Banton not to have such a big target to aim at. Might just take a little bit of pressure off when you know if you don't hit 6 for a few balls in a row, don't get a boundary in a few balls in a row, that pressure does build so much in that game against Sussex. Whereas here they do have a little bit more time. Required run rate 8.6 at the moment.
Lovely shot there from Tom Banton. That is the Tom Banton we know and love. He makes it look so easy. Straight onto his pad, he just flicks it. Looks effortless, and that's flown 1 bounce towards a long boundary in mid-wicket.
Oh, it's felt like a long time since we've seen that. Beautiful stuff, Tom.
What a great shot. I mean, looking at it from the outside in, I have a few messages here and then with Tom. He's a great lad, great friend, and not that he would say this, but he set such a high bar for himself early on in his career, and we know the world today where everyone has an opinion and your phone lights up every time someone wants to weigh in about your technique or how many runs you're scoring on the social medias. he's set such a high bar for himself. I think there's a lot of pressure for a young man, and I think he's a great character, and every time he keeps coming back stronger, and he's looking in fine form. The only thing I see differently from Tom to when he burst onto the scene is just a little bit luckier in there. Do you know what I mean? He's just found the fielder a few times, but tonight he looks amazing as Will Smeed steps away, and what is he doing? Hitting a 6 on the posh side. What is going on here? He steps away and he belts that over backward point for 6. What a shot. What a decent cricket bat sounds like he has. That made a hell of a crack off the bat.
Yeah. This is what we've been waiting for from this opening partnership, isn't it? The power of Smeed on one side, the timing of Banton on the other. This is such a potentially destructive opening partnership for Somerset. 61 already between them.
Yeah, highest opening partnership for these two. First time they've passed 50 this season. So they're just a little bit below where they were against Sussex on Wednesday night in terms of power play. But two crucial differences. A, they were chasing 216. B, they'd lost 2 wickets the other night.
They're both still here.
And that's the beauty of Tom Banton coming back and playing for Somerset all the time. There's so many players around him that it's okay if he's not firing. There's no talk. You're fine, Tom. You just keep going, because we know you play 14 games, you're going to win us 4 or 5 of them. They might not come in the first 3 or 4, but once he gets going, I mean, it's brilliant to see these two together.
Well, we did have that discussion about various players where you have the last thing you want to do, I believe, when you set up a T20 team is to have just 11 consistency players. That doesn't win you tournaments. You want a bit of dovetailing, and you want explosive players that are going to wipe the floor with the opposition. You Will Smeed, Tom Banton, Tom Abel, Marchant de Lange, etc., etc. They will win you games. You don't want them all to do them every day. You're going to have your ups and downs, but you want performances like this that are going to blow the opposition away.
And you're not going to win every game with that. That's the way that's set up. No one's going to fire every single game, are they? So you've got to take the rough with the smooth. If you're going to set up like that, which I agree is the way to do it.
I think the psychology changes when you get to the knockout stages for obvious reasons. But what you're trying to do at this stage, you're trying to qualify. This team will qualify, I believe, and it's because they have X-factor players that play with freedom. It's great to watch.
Banton leaving that one alone, giving us a wide. Well left. Crowd enjoying that one. I feel so bad for the bowler when you hear that trombone sound. Yeah, really good stuff from Banton and Smeed here. Great to watch with Riley Rousseau waiting to come in. I mean, that's the excitement here, isn't it, Somerset? These top 3. I mean, if all 3 fire, Somerset can make a absolutely massive score. It does rely on them all at the same time. There's this one pulled. There's a gap there. It's well stopped, really well stopped. But was he on the boundary? I think you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the field. Yeah, I think the fans are clapping that for the effort.
Dan Dufwaite out there, I think it is. Dufwaite.
Yeah, it's a great effort. We'll have another look at it, shall we?
Sliding away to his right, made good ground. He's a big lad, big unit in the gym. Makes ground quickly.
Oh yeah, no, he's fine. It's a good dive. It's a good dive.
I bet there are 3,000 people in the Somerset stand, 3 pints deep, that think that was over the rope though.
Yeah. It's like Trigger's played it before, isn't it? Always come off on the leading edge there, but he's going to be safe. And that's why those cheers are happening. In fact, it was almost into the gap for 4. Oh, and nearly went past the fielder as well.
But I think it's moments like those that are the difference between the success and failures in this format. Like I've seen a number of knocks where Tom's played a shot similar to that, and it's just found it's spooned up to point. That one's just lobbed over, and he's ended up getting 2 runs for a false shot. Just little things like that, just to get yourself going, and hopefully this is a catalyst for a real strong little period of scores for Bants.
Here he is again. Is he not very confidently on that one? In 2 minds maybe on what to do with it. In the end, harmlessly through to the keeper. It's been a great effort this from the Somerset openers. 66 from them already in the 7th over. Very happy. I think the team will be watching this from the dugouts. Well, in again. Oh, this is timed. That's going into the Somerset stand. It's another 6 runs to the total, and Tom Banton is firing now. 72 for no loss. Somerset in complete control. They now just need 101 to win. 102 to win.
Yeah, dangerous times for the bowler here. I mean, it looks like from up here he's got quite an obvious load when he bowls his back of the hand slower ball. And I've got a sneaking suspicion Tom Banton's picked it up too. Looks like he loads it differently in his hand. A bit of a tell there. Banton's all over this fella.
14 already from the over. It's another wide, moves to 15. It may even be 16 from the... no, it's not as bad as I thought. It's not as bad as I thought. It's not as many.
Difficult this for Kieran Carlson, not sure where to turn. Dan Dalthwaite's come on and gone for 20. William Whale, James Whale.
We hate to see it happen to our players, but we love a bit of a wheel falling off. It's great to see. Somerset ticking 73 without loss. Great partnership here from these two.
12 from the over. Banton in good form. What does he do on this last ball? Can't do much with it at all. It's a decent ball to finish. 73 without loss after 7 overs. Good start, Somerset. And Pete, you talked on Wednesday about it being a 200 par pitch. Well, they're on 10 and over here already.
There's the county room. Look down there. Peter Trigo was down there a little bit earlier with Johan Myberg. Hospitality packages are still available. Go in there, get your ticket in the Trade Nation stand. Some food before the game. You get to chat to Peter Trigo and a Somerset star. I think Errol Sapaya's due in at some point. We've had Tim Grunewald, Johan Myberg, Jamie Cox was first. What could be a better way to spend a Vitality Blast evening? Kent next Friday is the next game.
Yeah. Tell you what, Sam, Charlie, when I was down there earlier, I was struggling to get out of there without having a little meal, to be fair. The food they were serving up was absolutely top drawer. Mibes was tucking into his little Chinese feed they had. It was a bit of a Chinese theme today,
nice. But £60 that for your ticket. My dad was down there as well with a couple of his mates enjoying a 70th birthday present. Prem Sisodio into the attack, then a bit of spin for the first time. Left arm spin, just fizzes one through outside Will Smead's outside edge.
Played against Prem a few years ago in a minor counties game. We played against Wales. I think I was playing for Devon. Good little bowler, bowls quite flat, very a la T20. Doesn't look to toss the ball up and spin it, looks to dart it in as he chases that ball out to mid-wicket to stop Banton and Smead coming back for 2. But I think the communication will be coming from Will Smead to Tom Banton that it's not really turning, lad.
Smead 36, Banton 35. How about that? Sharing the runs between them nicely. Banton's caught up nicely as well, hasn't he? Because Smead was running away with it to start with. Just shows he's straps now.
He certainly has. Great when you have that little bit of a, you know, because you're playing as a team, but there's a lot of individual pride as a cricketer as well. You know, racing your mate to 50, that can actually be made into a real healthy thing within a partnership, especially in this format, just to keep each other going, playing the shots. Doesn't look like these two are trying to slow down at all as Prem misfields that one and Banton picks up a single.
Strong preference for Banton, though, I'd say. His strike rate's 190 against slow left-arm spinners, whereas Smead is down in just the 90s.
Oh, really? Wow, gosh, big
It's
difference.
a relatively small sample size.
Is it a KP issue against left-arm spin? Is it going to make the international press?
Smead this one. Pulling. Come back for 2. Good running if they make it. Yeah, nicely done. Throw's not great in the end. Bouncing a bit awkwardly. So Somerset enjoying the fans there enjoying that too. So you're talking about there racing to 50. Who was that with you? You and Hildy? Would you have raced to 50 with him?
No, it was me and myself and Trez and myself and Ian Blackwell when he was here. We used to have a right sort of giggle at times, and that was more setting up declarations with Blackie in 4-day cricket when we were given a licence by Justin Langer to. A licence to thrill as Will Smead swivel pulls a short ball away to the fine leg boundary.
You had some quite high-scoring games with Glamorgan here, didn't you? Make 300 200 3 years in a row to get 90 odd against them.
Yeah, potentially. My recollection for getting runs is a nightmare.
He scored so many 90s, he just can't remember.
I remember, playing with Trez was just unbelievable. I remember, there was one game we played at Sophia Gardens, and Sean Tate was their overseas player, and I don't mind admitting it. I went down to Trez. I was like, mate, I can't see it. He was bowling the speed light. Trez went down the other end and hit 27 off his over, and I just thought this bloke plays a different game to me. I mean, Trez was awesome to bat with, and we did genuinely, the old sort of club cricket take one off the 6th ball to hog the strike. He 100% used to do that.
Yeah.
When he was on, he would be stealing the strike all the time.
That dab down to third
man. He used to drive me crackers. I thought, give me the strike, especially if a spinner was on. He'd be hogging it. What a player! What a player! And what a mate! What a guy to have up the other end. I saw him hit some quite remarkable knocks. I was at the other end when he got that 13 ball 50. It was just an absolute joke.
It's going down the leg side.
Did that tickle something? Must have
must have hit something on Banton's body, but not crucially the bat or gloves.
Dan Dalthwaite back into the attack. Expensive first over. Didn't Trescothick use the mongoose? Remember when they became really popular for a bit? The little short.
Yeah, there was some nonsense about they were going to pay him £1 million if he cleared the Lord's Pavilion, if he used the little mongoose. But I think the only player that actually had a real successful knock with that was Gareth Andrew for Worcester. He scored 100 with the mongoose bat. Never quite got the theory behind that, to be honest. Make the bit of wood you're hitting the ball with smaller. Good idea. never quite got that really, but there we go.
Takes the shoulder, like the higher shoulder out of it. Maybe if you're very edgy, you're constantly getting the bounce.
I saw someone play a cover drive and it hit the shoulder of the mongoose, which would have been the middle of a normal bat, and it spooned up to cover. It was just one of those.
It was a bit of a gimmick, wasn't it? At the time.
We're all for ingenuity at the end of the day, but. Yeah, that was a strange one.
That's got to be high, no ball.
Dalthwaite bowls a bouncer, but that is miles over Will Smeed. That's a re-bowl.
Yeah, not getting his length right at all. Now, I think they're worried. 82 for no loss. These two looking good, aren't they, really? I mean, the boundaries have not been flowing as much in the last over or so, I guess. But still, 10 wickets in hand. Run rate required, just 7.7. Oh, more than achievable this from here. Oh, he's got hold of this one. He was waiting for it. Into the Somerset stand again. It's another 50 quid for Monley's recovery fund. And Will Smeed has hit another brilliant 6 into the leg side.
He just makes it look so easy. It's not a great ball from Dalthwaite, he's dug it in outside off stump. Just inviting Will Smeed to rock back and pull it away, and he will play those shots in his sleep, Will Smeed.
Oh dear, that if I was in the Somerset stand, I'd be wearing a hard hat today.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter there. Dalthwaite really has to try and find the Yorker wide of off stump if he's going to get out of overs without a serious amount of damage.
Playing it out over cover, but
he's got away with that one there. Short, wide, Will Smeed throws the kitchen sink at that one. Unlucky to find the fielder. Both these players playing beautifully. Will Smeed one away from a fantastic half-century. Somerset 91 without loss. Absolutely flying. 200 pitch it certainly looks, but then again, I don't think the Glamorgan bowlers have bowled particularly well tonight so far.
It's in the air. It's probably going to be safe. The fielders aren't going to reach it. Plugs a bit. Banton will come back for a second.
Another nice bit of luck there, Tom Banton. He won't mind me saying that. That again is the difference some days. Just a little bit of momentum in his innings that could have gone anywhere. He's ended up getting 2 runs, 2 false shots he's played tonight, and he's got away with both of them. So great to see the tide turning for Tom Banton.
Yeah, really important part of this Somerset side in all formats, really. Oh, he rocks back a little bit, sends this one right over cow corner. It's another 6. Banton goes to 45. These two are so good to watch when they're on fire.
Look at that, 50 quid to charity. We're up to 18 sixes now. Trade Nation donating 50 quid for every 6 hit tonight to the Monday Recovery Fund. We've got at least one out of the ground, haven't we? So there's an extra 100 quid for that.
So what's that, 1,000 quid?
I think that I was just thinking I'd make that a grand. 18 is 900, extra 100, £1,000 up then.
Have we had an update on how that lad's getting on?
He is out of an induced coma. He was sat up, watching a little bit of cricket earlier on, asking when his next game was, bless him. But yeah, the doctor said the improvement has been immeasurable. They can't believe it in the last couple of days. Long way to go. It's going to be a long road to recovery for him. We had Lloyd Irish from North Peverton up before the game during the rain interval, who's been by his side the entire time.
Yeah. Great news coming out yesterday that he was brought out of the coma. This will be the 50 for Will Smeed. Well played. What a 50. None down as well, Somerset. Take up the applause. That's absolutely brilliant.
27 balls, 2 fours and 5 sixes, Charlie Taylor. Doesn't run singles very often, Will Smeed. But also 100 up for Somerset. Eh? It's certainly proving to be their night so far.
And gone, the end of Banton. Well, it's a good innings. He'll feel happy after that, I think. It felt like it was an innings where he's coming back into it. Disappointed with the dismissal, but he tame way to get out after that. But we've seen some of Tom Banton back to his best tonight.
Yeah, he danced down the track. He's batted beautifully. I think Prem Sisodia saw him coming, actually, and just dragged it back a bit. Maybe fired it a bit closer to Banton, so he still tried to go through that shot, but could only chip it back at him. 100 exactly. Glamorgan will feel good for getting Tom Banton out. They'll probably not feel much better for this next man coming in.
Tournament's top scorer walking in now, Riley Rousseau.
Riley Rousseau.
Yeah, great start by those two. Well done, Tom Banton. Some well deserved and some high class runs there. But yeah, Riley Rousseau striding to the crease. Tom Abel behind him, Lammonby, etc., etc. It must be a bit of a headache for the bowlers and the opposition captains when Somerset are firing. Great to see Riley Rousseau hit the ground running since he's been in the country. He's been absolutely phenomenal.
Just watching Banton walk off there, he just looked a bit annoyed with himself, but he shouldn't really. I think he'll reflect on that and say, well, do you know what, I felt like I was back into it a little bit there. Disappointing dismissal, but actually good signs for Somerset fans and for Tom Banton.
Runs then here for Tom Banton and Will Smeed. Runs for a former teammate of yours, Alex Hales. I was just showing me. Peter Trigo's picked it out. Alex Hales is 88 not out off 29 balls, 12 fours, 5 sixes. Strike rate of just 305.
10. 310.
310 it's gone up to, has it?
310. I've just bumped my E grade up to a D- in my GCSEs with that one. No, well, absolutely one of the best players I've ever played with. Absolutely phenomenal. Should be in the England side, but that's a whole other conversation. Could you imagine that? Banton, Smeed, Hales. Oh, what a opening 3 for England that would be potentially. Butler.
He would bat at 3.
Oh, well,
Three.
Would we even let Butler into the team? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Josh Butler's up there as well. What a phenomenal IPL series he's just had. But I'll tell you what, you wouldn't have to travel too far if you're in the Somerset area to watch batting of that quality. Will Smeed, Tom Banton, Riley Rousseau. I mean, that takes some doing.
Smeed back on strike then after that single from Rousseau, getting off the mark. Somerset might be happy just to have maybe a quieter period here. They don't need to push on too quickly. Do they risk losing more wickets? Just take an over or two just to take a breather. Or do what Riley Rousseau's done on every single other match and just try and hit sixes from the first ball.
I'd be amazed if he's not trying to slog sweep. Premier seems to be his go-to shot.
Just waited, didn't he, in that one? And
there is a period where you can just have a little look. No rush. There's no rush.
Halfway stage. Halfway stage at 102 for 1. That reads very nicely for Somerset fans. I'll be pleased with that. After some disappointing nights on Wednesday night, where Somerset faded away really towards the back end of their innings. A strong, really strong start here. 102 for 1.
Yeah, it's the beauty of this competition, Charlie, isn't it? In this early stage, games come thick and fast. Disappointment on Wednesday night, chance to bounce back a bit. I think they've got a gap now, and the players deserve a bit of a break. But for momentum-wise, the next ones, they're all big games. But Gloucestershire at Bristol next Thursday, that's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, that feels big. Followed by Kent here on the Friday. 2 big games in a row. Kent having a pretty horrible season, isn't he? Aren't they? Just having a bad time of it, the champions.
Will Smeed then 51 unbeaten. He's gone past 1,000 runs in the fledgling stages of what's going to be a wonderful T20 career, we think.
Plenty more to come.
Plenty more of those to come. Hopefully a few more tonight. Michael Hogan's back into the attack.
Wide one that Smeed's reaching for.
Feels like a little bit of a roll of the dice. Michael Hogan coming on at this stage.
It's now or never, isn't it, for Glamorgan? They've got to start taking wickets or this game just goes with these two at the crease.
Yeah, it's easy for the game to drift at this stage. You know, even 6, 7, 8 runs and over just hurts you when you're so far ahead of the run rate. 71 required. 7 and over for the last 10. It's a very easy equation. I did kind of sense that if Somerset didn't get bowled out, they would cruise home to victory. Still a lot of work to do. And Michael Hogan is a bit of a thorn in the side of Somerset's of late, but not on this pitch.
He did say it was a belter, certainly is, the way Somerset have been batting on it. Never
Yeah.
really got that impression with Glamorgan's innings. They never really got going at 10 and over, did they?
No, I think it's the one dangerous thing with the strategy that Glamorgan go for. They play on a very big oval, and I don't think they produce particularly high-scoring pitches by choice. You know, so when you have got to push the boundaries and score a 200, you know, your players are maybe not geared up for that. But they're a dangerous team, Glamorgan. Like I said, they do defend Sapphire Gardens very, very well. But this is a different kettle of fish here at Taunton. They're being put to the sword.
Yeah, not defending this very well at all. Will Smeed daring to stray into the offside with a classical cut shot that raced past Kieran Carlson. I'm never going to live that down, am I? 56 Will Smeed has got. 108 for one. Don't forget, Streaming Style. Let us know how you're watching the game from home. Hashtag Streaming Style. Couple of Somerset Vitality Blast T20 shirts on offer. Closing stage of that competition now. Smeed.
Up and over. Lovely.
What a beautiful cricket shot from Will Smeed. Lofted over extra cover like a tracer bullet to the boundary, showing that he's got all the shots.
We spoke on Wednesday, didn't we, Pete, about run rate? Often how teams don't consider it maybe as much as they should until the latter stages of the group stage. Well, Somerset have got a chance here to pick up some decent run rate. It's sort of like a goal difference. If you've not seen how cricket does it, it's a bit like the goal difference. It comes down to the deciding factor if teams are joint on points.
That's massive. That is out of the ground. 150 quid for a charity. Will Smeed has just taken a step back, lined Michael Hogan up, hit him over the river stand.
Our apologies again to the Taunton Canoe Club if you've just taken a bit of damage to the bow. That was Will Smeed belting the ball out of the ground.
Damage to the
50 quid.
That's going to put a hole straight through it, isn't it? So probably someone's sinking now.
Man overboard.
Oh dear, what a shot. I thought it was going to take the floodlight out.
Great shot from Will Smeed, showing great power, great technique. He's just gone over extra cover.
Look at him looking for the
nice
ball.
and still and hit that one straight over mid-on. Absolutely fantastic.
Might need a
Smeed.
towel when the ball comes back.
Smeed moving on to 66. That ball is forevermore in David Jones's locker.
Didn't Chris Gale go and didn't he hit one over there and someone from the crowd went over and jumped into the tone to get it?
Fished it out.
Probably instantly regretted it.
Yeah, I think they ended up sharing a bottle of rum in Miller's bar afterwards. To be fair, it's one of the famous Chris Gale stories that we all like to tell. The recipient of a nice little bottle of rum from the great man himself.
Four this
Dropping
time.
short, belted to the mid-wicket boundary. One bounce into the Somerset stand for four. Will Smeed is in 7th gear, and he doesn't look like he's coming down.
He wants to be home for the 10 o'clock news, Will Smeed. He's getting on with this. Isn't it wonderful to see?
He's just got the knack of hitting the boundary, hasn't he?
We are half an hour delayed tonight, aren't we? So maybe he did have plans after the game. 122 for one. There goes our first Streaming Style winner, Mickey. This one, Mickey, got the cat watching in a bit of Dan and Kez with Sam and earlier on commentary.
I think I saw that tweet earlier. It says Mickey the cat likes it when Triggs is on. So, how's it going, Mickey?
Willow the cat.
Willow, is it?
Likes it best when Triggs is on. Yeah, Mickey's the owner, I think.
Willow the cat.
Oh, it's another big one. Into the Somerset stand, and Rousseau joins in. Oh, it's raining sixes in Taunton.
Yeah, being watchful to start with, Riley Rousseau. Just a 2 or 4 balls. He thought, well, I'll play second fiddle. Nah, I'm going to get involved as we hear Sweet Caroline. You can hear it ringing around the Cooper Associates campground.
I haven't heard that song for 3 minutes.
Sissadir bowling to the left-handed. Rousseau does it again. Is it big enough? Oh, it's big enough. It's another one, back-to-back sixes. Rousseau's on to 14.
Brilliant for the charity pot, isn't it? For the Mondley Fund.
How many sixes have we had overall now? I wonder if we've got the totaliser somewhere.
So well, it's 11 in the Somerset innings.
Right.
That's awesome. Riley Rousseau giving it a belt round the ground. This is awesome to see.
Will it be 3 in a row? A hat-trick of sixes. Oh, he tried. He's absolutely smashed that all the way to the boundary for 4. If you can't get him on the leg side, put him through the offside.
Absolutely drilled. So 21 sixes we've had, so £1,050, 2 of them out of the ground, 1,250 quid so far, and what? We've still got 36, right?
36, no, 6 sixes, perfect.
Don't tell Riley Rousseau that.
Yeah, he will.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Oh my word. What a night for the Somerset fans here in Taunton. 138 for 1. We're only in the 12th over. Not going to find the boundary this time. Boos ring around the ground because Rousseau fails to hit a boundary.
Treated to an absolute exhibition so far here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, but we shouldn't forget, of all these fireworks, Ben Green with his 5-wicket haul earlier on set it up. The platform, Smead 70 unbeaten, Banton 45, Rousseau 18, 19 now off 8.
Pulling and only picking up a single that time. 139, 140 now for 1. And this game has not got long left on it. 34 to win, and if these two are there at the end, we could be talking a couple of overs. Down the ground this time. Oh, it's not going to go to the boundary. Labuschagne is there. Haul it in.
That's an awesome arm there from Labuschagne. He just picked it up, effortless. Right, here's Toby in the fan village.
He's amazing. Absolutely insane performance so far. And Jed, you're part of the Somerset pathway. This could be you in years to come. Any runs so far this season?
53 and 46.
There you go. Make sure you get down to the fan village after the game. Stays open for another hour.
Brilliant from Toby there. A couple of Somerset cricketers of the future. That Labuschagne throw just before we went off air. Picked it up in front of us. Marcus Trescothick, Pavilion, sorry, pinged it in 70, 80, 90 yards. It was straight in into Chris Cook's gloves above the
Big old grounds in Australia, aren't they? You need to be able to get them from the boundary all the way in.
Speaking of the man, I think he's going to come on to have a bowl. He's got a bit of leg spin in this competition. Seen him bowl a bit of seam up in the county championship. He just loves his cricket.
Well, that's the thing, is he's probably got such a great arm, partly because he constantly practices, I should think. He's the sort of guy, you see, social media is just full of him loving the game.
There's garage cricket.
Yeah.
Like it's the highest level garage cricket as well. They're all kind of state pros. And he loves it. Pretends to be Darren Stevens with the ball in hand.
Well, he's going to be bowling to Riley Rousseau here, who is on 20. A couple of sixes and a 4 in there already. He's looked dangerous, as he has in all his other innings for Somerset. Oh, a big swipe there, and it hits the wicketkeeper in the face. Luckily wearing a helmet, though, as he's standing up to the stumps, but no, he knew much about it. Cook there.
He wasn't going to have a look, Riley Rousseau. He didn't against Matt Critchley the other night against Essex. Critchley came on to bowl some leg spin. First ball, bang, 6 down the ground.
Yeah, he doesn't have a look, does he? He likes to get going quickly. He puts the bowler on the back foot, doesn't he? Instantly putting that pressure on, although Labuschagne did win that battle.
Just to check Chris Cook's all right here. Got the physio out with him. Maybe caught him on the helmet. Brilliant. The keeper's almost to a person where helmet's standing up. We saw it was here, wasn't it? Mark Boucher's international cricket career, got ended when he just had that bail flick his eye.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice anymore, Sam.
Yeah, I think that is now the rule. Yeah. Just standing up, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't realise that.
Because you know what? Teeth are expensive. The old Royal Daltons, you don't want to pay for too many of those.
How many have you got in there?
I've had one man down. Got a nice little little piece of Royal Dalton in the front. Yeah, they're about 500 or 600 quid a pop, so you don't want to go through too many of them. And I think a cricket ball in the middle of them, it's an expensive bill, isn't it?
Ouch. Yeah. You see it though, don't you? See some.
End up looking like Ryland, wouldn't you?
Alex Hales has fallen 91 of 33 balls, so some innings. It'd be disappointing for him not to reach 100.
Who are not playing tonight?
Playing Derbyshire, so local derby for them.
Oh, they'll be loving that. They'll love beating the sheep, as they call them.
The Derby. 142 for one. We're only 12 overs and 1 ball in. They need 32 to win here, Somerset, and Labuschagne is taking his time. I think they know that this game isn't going to last the full 20 overs here, so they're not too worried about the over 8, I should think. And again now, and this one played lovely out through the covers. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Will Smeed can do no wrong at the moment. Moves on to 75. Oh, lovely shot.
He's just a super player to watch, isn't he? His box office. Somerset, very, very lucky to have. He can't get near the Red Bull side.
I feel a bit sad that he's not got a bigger target to aim for, because he's going to be cut off in his prime at the way he's going, because they'll finish the chase. Maybe Glamorgan could just keep going to 20 overs anyway, see how high he gets. He would. Labuschagne would stay out there. Oh, it's a full toss. It's in the air. Could be the end of him. No, it's another 6. Moves into the 80s. 81 for Will Smeed, and 150 is up for Somerset. 152 for one. Smeed loves hitting boundaries.
It's possible.
He could get 100. How many to win now?
Riley, stop hitting runs now, please. It's the Will Smeed show.
22
to win. He needs 19.
Riley, do the maths, Riley. Come on.
I think Will Smeed has to take charge here and not take singles, because Rousseau knows of one way to play. There he goes.
It's going! It's big! Over the fielder, another 6. 87. He knows it, doesn't he?
It's big enough. He's
thinking that I've got to go now if I want my century. Doesn't have a T20 century, he's got 2 99s.
I do like that when the slightly sort of bouncy characters look a bit deflated. Old Manus doesn't look too happy.
Hey.
Keep serving him up, man.
158 for one.
Come on, Smeedy, take him down.
Smeed on 87. 2 balls left in the over. Smeed trying again, playing this out. This will be another boundary, will it? No, it's going to be stopped on the field at the edge of the boundary. And it's just a single. Rousseau with 1 ball to go in the over is on strike.
There's something about Rousseau and partnerships as well. This one, even though he's only got 21, it's worth 58. 59 of 21 balls.
Wow.
So things happen.
Right now, come on, Riley. Forward D, Riley. Come on, son.
Oh my goodness, what are we watching tonight? Is this one just played nicely to the leg side for a single? That's all right.
Okay, we'll give him that.
Because don't forget, he can get to, with only 1 required and still hit a 6 Smeed. So you got, don't have to. There's more than 14 available potentially.
23 sixes we've had so far.
Wow.
8 of them off Will Smeed's bat.
Hi to Nick, who's watching in Turkey. To Ben, who's just said, this is outrageous. A great word for it. So how many could Somerset have gone on and made on this pitch and this the way this is going?
Marnus Labuschagne, 1 over from 19.
Look at these guys loving the night out. Friday night cricket under the lights at Taunton, it doesn't get better.
Just see this live stream numbers as well, just bumping up. The people, the whispers of Will Smeed. Alex Hales now, the whispers of Will Smeed. Passing around the county cricket circuit. What's funnier about that Labuschagne thing is that he would have been badgering his skipper to have a bowl. He'd have been in his ear for the entire time.
Not when you come to Taunton, Chief. For those new listeners that are tuning in to watch Will Smeed smash it round Taunton, this Labuschagne has just been dealt with.
Well, how many did that over go for in the end? It was 2 6s and a 4? 19 was it?
19 off his 1 over. Wow. But that Riley was being nice to him as well, to be fair.
Rousseau is on strike here. What's he going to do? Oh, he shaped up to scoop it, put Douthwaite right off, and Douthwaite pulls out.
All I want to see is a nice little back and across that will nurdle into mid-wicket, because I think Will Smeed quite likes Douthwaite, doesn't he?
I think Will Smeed will take anyone, to be honest, at the moment.
Lines him up quite well. Will Smeed, 88 of 38 balls, a strike rate of 231. What a fantastic talent Will Smeed is.
Oh, Oh yeah, he is. He's just nerdled it to third man.
Very nicely done, Riley. I think the only slight shame with the whole Marnus Will Smeed thing there is Will Smeed's a very well-spoken young man. I would love him to say, pick that one out the Stinger's back. Something real West Country, which I don't think Smeedy's got that in his locker.
I'd have loved that.
That would have made that whole little passage of play so much more enjoyable from my perspective.
If only we had Stump Mike. I want to hear what they're saying.
Well, he's fielding down in front of the Marcus Trescothic pavilion, so maybe there's a few.
Go fetch that, Babber.
Here we go then. Smeed on strike. Oh, he hasn't. It's a good ball actually there from Douthwaite. Doesn't give him many options. And just the single. 162 for one. God, what a night. What a great night for cricket fans in Somerset.
It's almost got a bit tense, hasn't it? Because of the 300.
Yes,
No.
it is.
Enjoy the process, Sam. It's just is what it is, isn't it? Will Smeed will score many hundreds for Somerset.
Oh, Russo!
Oh, Riley, what are you doing, Riley?
Fuck sweet! Oh, wow, it's gone over fine leg's head, basically, for 6.
Riley, come on, Riley.
He's not playing along. He's thinking, right, I gave you a chance. He gave me back the strike.
This has been absolutely clinical, magnificent. A great bounce back from the disappointing game against Sussex. Brilliant to see. Different people getting runs as well. It's great. Obviously, Riley's been consistent, but Bant's getting 45. That'll be massive in the context of the tournament. Great to see.
He's missed one for once. Russo has missed one.
Quietly, his strike rate's just gone down, but he was up matching Will Smeed for that ball.
The DLS par score, in case it does rain, is 107, so you better keep an eye on that one. What is Somerset now? 168 for one.
I think they're okay.
I think they'll be
Dan
okay.
Douthwaite, 2.2 overs for 40. Messy.
Yeah, Russo hoping to deal some more pain. Cuts it out towards the point, boundary, but picked up. Just a single. So 6 to win. Yeah, can't happen now. Smeed needs 11. So still great entertainment.
To get yourself a little red ink of Smeedy.
Yeah. Get into the 90s. He doesn't want 99 again, though, does he?
I don't think kids like these days think about that. This lad's just a born entertainer. Yeah. He's not worried about averages. He lives for nights like this where he just lights up the whole of the place.
Yeah.
And that's why he's doing so well. That's why he's going to be an absolute superstar in the game.
Yeah, ground absolutely rocking here. Douthwaite's playing with his field, but I think it's pretty futile here.
It is his highest T20 score for Somerset as well. 82 he made. Was it his debut?
It was his debut.
Yeah,
I was here for that. Smeed, pushing forwards.
Boom.
Yeah, that's not what we want.
He wants another couple of balls off of Marn, I think. He's got down that end. Is he going to ante up and have another bowl? Marnus, he doesn't look keen.
Nice one. Well done to Liam, our other Streaming Star winner. Another game whilst in deepest Devon. Beautiful. Whereabouts in Devon are you there? Lovely harbour by the looks of it.
It's a top-looking little pup he's got there. Yeah. What a beauty. Golden Retriever.
My only qualm is it doesn't look like Sider has got in front of him.
No, I also would say the dog wasn't watching the cricket. But still good enough to get a prize tonight.
Or is the dog watching the ball fly off the screen?
There we go. Trying to catch it, running off the back.
Michael Nisa then back into the attack. And over extra cover for 4. And that is the victory for Somerset. 4 wins from 5 now. They bounce back from that defeat here against Sussex by an emphatic 9-wicket win over Glamorgan. Will Smeed, wow, 94 of 41 balls for him. 7 4s, 8 6s. Tom Banton made 45 off 30. A relatively sedate 30 not out for Riley Rousseau at a strike rate of 200. Let's not forget Ben Green, the professor, 4 overs, 5 for 29. His first T20 5-fer, his first 5-fer in professional cricket. What do we have? 10, 24 sixes in there. So 1,200 quid. 2 out the ground, so £1,400 to help Mundley's recovery, donated by Trade Nation. Wow, Charlie.
I've just shown you a number on my calculator, which I've just typed in and worked out. If Somerset had kept at that run rate for the full 20 overs, they'd have made 249. That's essentially what we've seen tonight, if that had carried on.
Too shy of what their record score is against Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Peter, wow. Knights don't get much better than that from a Somerset perspective.
Yeah, I think it was great game, very exciting. But I think there's a little bit more to it than that. What I've seen tonight is not only a great performance in the run chase, and bar three, I reckon the Josh Davey over in the 20th over I think was poor. I think the first 2 overs were poor, but what I saw, which was really impressive, and I think stands us in great stead in the competition, is the response from the previous game and the learning and the change of tactics from the rest of the bowlers. Ben Green bowled phenomenally, got his fifer. Lewis Gregory cutters. Roelof van der Merwe, changing up his pace, bowling beautifully. I just think it's great that throughout the tournament you have a team that can be reactive to the conditions, and I thought Somerset's bowling attack was superb to restrict Glamorgan to 170 odd. The batting speaks for itself. What Bant and Will Smeed and Riley Rousseau have done there is phenomenal. They've chased it down brilliantly, but I love the intelligence and the change of tact that the bowlers went through. I think that really shows that the...
Just going to stop you there, Pete, just so we can get here from the man of the moment, Will Smeed, who's speaking to Toby.
How did that innings feel?
Oh, it was great. It's obviously a lovely place to bat, and once you got in, it felt quite nice. I think it was tricky at the start, and Tom sort of told me to keep my head a bit and set a platform, and it seemed to pay off at the end.
Absolutely, and the bowlers tonight as well. Obviously, Glamorgan got off to a pretty fast start themselves, really steadied the ship though. The bowlers, Ben Green obviously in particular, fantastic performance from them as an outfit as well.
Yeah, I thought we bowled outstandingly. I think as a unit we bowled really well so far this comp, and that sort of summed it up today. And yeah, it was a great moment for Greener to get his first fifer. It's great for everyone to see, and yeah, it's awesome.
And how about that as a response for the team after defeat as well on Wednesday night? Back to winning form as well after such a strong start to the Vitality Blast campaign.
Yeah, I think our heads didn't really drop. We know that we've got a strong group, and when we play at our best or near our best, we can beat a lot of teams. So yeah, I think there's a lot of confidence within us, and the nature of T20 cricket is that it's not going to come off every time, but hopefully the more consistently we can do it, the further we can get. I think if you ask anyone, it's probably where they want to bat in T20, so I'm fortunate to be able to do it, and yeah, it's great the way the boys are playing at the moment, especially Riley coming in. Looks like he can hit the ball anywhere he wants, so yeah.
And just one final word for the fans as well. An incredible turnout tonight on the bank holiday weekend. Everybody in fine voice. What an occasion here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yeah, it's an amazing place to play, and very fortunate that it's our home ground, and it was obviously bouncing tonight, which was awesome. And yeah, it's just great to see how much they enjoy it, and that's what we're trying to do at the end of the day, is entertain.
9-wicket win for Somerset. A huge congratulations. Will Smeed, everybody. Wow, there we go. Absolutely brilliant. Will Smeed, fantastic. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from what has been a sensational night in Taunton. Well, as we watch these highlights, Pete, I think we've been wowed tonight. Fair bit of entertainment out there. Great bowling. You mentioned there are a few overs which didn't go to plan for Somerset, but pretty good. An improvement on Wednesday night, and then the batting just absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, sensational. Nice to see Tom Banton find his feet in the tournament. Will Smeed, he's just going to play knocks like that. We're going to get used to that as Somerset fans over the next decade or so. Riley Rousseau's just been a touch of class the whole way through, but again, just reflecting on what set up that game, I just thought how intelligently Somerset bowled. In particular, I think a massive shout out to Ben Green. I think getting your first professional first team fifer for the club, big moment for him. Just bowled brilliantly. There was one over, I think he got belted for a couple of sixes. Came back strong with 2 wickets at the end of that over. Showed good character. Then a couple of great Yorkers. That will, he's kind of in that utility position, the all-rounder that bowls the occasional sort of 4 overs, but sometimes he'll bowl 2, 1. He'll bowl the awkward overs from time to time, and I like him. He's growing on me as a cricketer. I just see him. He takes on every challenge, and he's just getting better and better, and that will give him a great deal of confidence moving forward, and also will help his batting out, because at some stage he's going to be required to hit some valuable runs, as he did at the back end of last season. So well done, Ben Green. Will Smeed, great, but I think my man of the match was Ben Green.
Yeah, made all the difference, didn't it? Those wickets really stifled Glamorgan. And Smeed, well, we knew he can do it. And look at that, 2 coming through the Somerset Academy as well. Those 2 players we talked about, Smeed and Green. Some players that Somerset can feel very, very proud of indeed. Well, Pete, thank you very much for your company again. Looking forward to being back with you very soon. To Sam Dowling as well, who was with us on commentary tonight. And from me, Charlie Taylor, it's a very, very good night here after a fantastic Somerset victory against Glamorgan.
did go around the back, but you said I was behind the stands.